Where's the business? Welcome to the Damu Kiwe Conversations, home of the West Coast, the voice of the culture. Today, we have a beautiful guest, you know what I'm saying? Dr. Melanie Gray. How you doing today, Dr. Melanie Gray?
I am awesome, Lamont. How are you?
I'm blessed. And we we want to first compliment you on your beautiful hairstyle today. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know,
You
I got to
definitely.
represent all my sisters out there.
I heard that. Look, hit that like button when y'all come in. This is gonna be a good one. So, Dr. Melanie, we're gonna allow everybody to get in real quick. Before we get into all of that, I want to make sure that we get into the intro, and then we're gonna see exactly uh, who Dr. Melanie is, what she does, her unique perspective on several issues, her specialty in trauma, understanding trauma, especially as it applies to the workplace. That's something that I think can always be done better, and how you deal with it, especially in these trials and tribulations of today's time. It seems like we walk right back into the civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people have been voicing how they feel about indigenous, you melanated people in the United States, and we're going to get into a little bit of that also. But until then, I want to make sure that y'all know where y'all at. Hit that like button, give y'all some time to come in, support. We definitely appreciate the support. Let's go, Kid the Barber. Salute. We on it right now. Let's go.
I want this shit banging in my headphones. You understand me? Let me hear that beat. You dig? I'ma address some shit.
Check,
Let y'all
check,
niggas
check.
know the real. I've been dormant for too long. Hibernate. Everybody want it, but do you wanna get it? I'm sick of all these niggas bullshitting. I'm sick of all these bitches. I'm sick of how these bitch niggas tripping. And how y'all get these passes to these snitches. Neighborhood crippin'. Dog pound gangsters in the building. I'ma treat these niggas like bitches. Throw them to the wolves and the vultures, the hyenas and my siblings.
Damu Kiwe Conversation, the only place you gonna get it is the only place you gonna get Big U.
And free Big U, my brother from another, man. He joined me in this revolution to change our communities for the better, to teach the youth better than we did know on the West Coast, man. Salute Yael. He at work. He won't be able to be with us right now, co-host. But everybody in here, make sure y'all hit the like button. Damu Kiwe, all my kings and queens, hit the like button. Get active like them chucks. That's a fact. Edward, salute. Always me. Salute Damu Kiwe. Let's get it, homies. Let's get it. Kid the Barber. Salute to you, Mike B. Active Chucks. Always me. Salute Dr. Melanie Gray. Salute. Eminem. Salute, man. Salute to y'all. Kid the Barber. What up? Is I got a cut, but we listen though. But is we up on the big screen? Because I believe Dr. Melanie Gray deserves a platform because she's filled with experience, wisdom, and intelligence, and a deep concern about the state of this country and specifically where her people are now. So we're gonna get right into who Dr. Melanie is. Dr. Melanie, tell us a little bit of where you were born at, and were both of your parents in your household?
Yes, so I was born and raised in Milwaukee, 1228 West Ring Street, zip code 53206, which has been noted as the most highly incarcerated zip code area in the nation. That was my neighborhood. It was my stomping ground. I was raised by parents who had come up through Jim Crow segregation. My father was born in 1927, my mother in 1935. My father, when I went on the ancestry, looking for my family tree, I
Uh-huh.
found that my grandfather, my father's father, raised 9 kids, a family of 9 kids, on $300 a year.
And
So,
that was in what year he made $300 a year?
well, my father was born in 1927. I think that was ancestry. My father was 9, so 1930 something. He was
Right,
making
right.
$300.
1936 or something like that.
My grandfather was raised in a family on $300 a year. And when they did the census, they didn't even give my father and his siblings names. It was boy, girl, and their birthday, not even recognizing their names. So, my parents, my father migrated here. I don't know if you know this, but Milwaukee, prior to World War II, only had about 5,000 African Americans. It was because of World War II and the GI Bill that really gave African Americans and white people, it was really the GI Bill that made higher education after World War II, that made higher education available to the masses. Prior to World War II, even if you would, Caucasian people were not having access to education in the numbers that we know today. So my father lied about his age, quite honestly, and got his mother to sign his enlistment papers, and he lied about his age so he could go to the Navy. And that because he saw that as his ticket out of what he saw as abject poverty and working in the fields in the South. And I thought, wow, you would risk giving up. It must have been pretty bad to risk giving up your life in war, to lie about your age, to go to war, to get out of the deep South. That had to be some type of experience. So my parents, they were married for 18 years, and they got divorced, but they remained good friends, and were always in my life. They always encouraged me to. I feel like they, out of the womb, they were raising me to be independent. They were like, from the time I could remember, one day you're gonna have to have a job. One day you're gonna be on your own. One day you're gonna have to work. And I'm like, I'm just 5 years old, y'all. But
Right,
it was
right.
ingrained in me to do that. And so I was the first, I was on my own at 17. And I went to college, had to figure it all out, work my way through school. I worked every weekend because nursing clinicals at that time were during the week. So I worked every weekend, y'all. I was young. I didn't get to party on the weekends. I didn't get to go out with my friends. I had to work
So
all
wait, so
every
how old
weekend.
were you? So hold on, how old were you when this was going on? Was this an accurate depiction when you had to work to put yourself through
Yes,
school?
sir. That's my maiden name, Melanie Lewis, because I'm Melanie Gray now. And that was how I paid
Okay,
for
now I
nursing
got
school.
some Lewises that we might be kin folks. You know
We
what I'm
might be
saying?
some kinfolk. You never know.
All right.
We,
So you working and on this one it says a child care counselor, right?
mhm.
Tell us a little bit about what you were doing working as a child care counselor in
Yes,
Milwaukee.
it was a mental health hospital. I went to Cardinal Stritch. I graduated from Cardinal Stritch. It was a mental health hospital, and I worked on the adolescent unit with kids
Okay.
that were having that were having emotional troubles and needed to be inpatient. So it was like an inpatient unit for kids having emotional challenges.
So the most severe of cases.
Kids that are really depressed and suicidal. Those were the kids you really had to watch one on one. They couldn't have shoelaces. They couldn't have silverware. They had to and they could only eat finger foods. You had to know. You had only paper bags, not plastic for their trash. They were pretty severe.
Right. Somebody said, Lou from Lou said, I got some Lewises in my family too.
Well,
Oh
you
man,
better find me on that family tree and see if we're related. I put my DNA. I submitted a DNA sample to Ancestry, and actually, I've been finding all kind of people. That's a whole nother story. But I've actually found family that I didn't know I had.
wait. I would definitely want to pause there because it is. We all come from the struggle where we see discrimination at some point through our life, especially here in the Americas. But it's a different thing when you can connect yourself to a plantation. It's a different thing when your parents' name wasn't even on the census because they looked at them and considered them cargo. You know what I'm saying? Chattel. Not being able to have that identity when and that identity in itself is what emboldens us. It gives these children confidence because if they see the greatness of the pyramids of Giza or Imhotep, and who's mastered the field that you teach, nurses and medical, which is the medical symbol, then they know, well, if they could achieve those heights thousands of years ago, my potential could surpass all of that, right? I think that that's something that a lot of people that look like us that aren't born necessarily in the United States and to descendants of chattel slavery don't understand the significance of that psychological. What do you think about that?
Well, I think what has changed when you talk about slavery, we're not slaves anymore. I think history is important because if you don't know where you have come from, you don't learn from those mistakes. But I do think it's important to understand where we are right now. What was helpful in my parents' era and even in mine were our communities as people of color were more stable. So in my community on 5 through 206, though it was known as the most incarcerated area, now as we in earlier in later years, there were doctors and black lawyers because our communities, they were we were redlined. So people of all professions of color lived in the same community. So if I wanted to know how to be a teacher or a doctor, I could walk down the street and go to their house. I was in conversation. But with these, and so they supported me and we supported each other in doing better as a race. As we have had desegregation, if you would, and more opportunity, our communities are not as close knit. We don't, and our kids don't have necessarily the opportunity to walk down the street and get wisdom and meet a teacher, meet a doctor, know how to get from A to B. So many times now, kids are kind of left alone. They have,
They winging it.
they're winging it, and there's really a whole lot more to know. I think so. There is important to focus on what do we need to do right now as a people. What do we need to do to stop the violence and the crime? And black on black crime is huge. It shouldn't be. We can't put all of the ownership of violence and intellectual violence and segregation on the culture if our culture as a people continues to be so violent. We have to come together and care about each other, have tighter community, and honest conversations with each other because it is hard.
Where did you let's back up real quick and I'm gonna read this to you because I've heard that position, and then I also heard the position that we haven't been violent enough, right? And violent with the right peoples. So uh, a lot of people who's well educated in the United States and through their system and curriculum, which it took W.E.B. Du Bois when they submitted the curriculum 17 times before the small hats would approve the curriculum that they would be teaching at historically black colleges and to our people specifically with this narrative of black on black crime when it pushed. But when you look at it that's definitely a problem. We have a lot of problems in our community, and we have a lot of people that's owning up to and working towards stopping ceaseless violence between people that look like us. Hugh Melanated. I work with them as Active Chuck Charitable Org. Shout out PCITI. Shout out Developing Options, which also create jobs within the community, public safety, gang intervention. So we definitely have a sustained focus on doing that. But let's go back to this misnomer of black on black crime, right? What it really is crime by proximity. So let's just talk about unalivings of people that look like us in our community. They're down across the board, all across the United States amongst our people, right? For the most part, with a couple of few pockets that are still heavily up. But at its peak, you're talking about 91% of the people that look like us who were unalive look like by people that look like us. Correct. We definitely need to bring that down. But if you go into the Caucasian community, you see that 86% of people that are Caucasian or European descent that are murdered or unalive by people that look like them.
Yeah,
So
but the issue is what is the root? And so
no, you definitely, but hold on, because when you come with a misnomer such as black on black crime,
I don't think it's a misnomer. The numbers are still the numbers, and whether they are lower or higher than white people, it's still a bad number. There's no way that we can say it's okay that we're killing each other but not as much as white people. It shouldn't happen.
No, what I'm not saying just as not as much as white people, because I just showed you the statistics where where there's still room for growth, right? There's still room for improvement. So we're not just contesting whether or not needs to continue to bring the number down. What we're saying is, just like we hold ourselves accountable, and we could go and we will go through some of the different things that we've already been doing in the community to do that. We could pull up the statistics over 20 years where gang violence in South Central Los Angeles, where you have Bloods and Crips in 41 states in the United States, has went incredibly down. A lot of wars have been stopped. Wait, real quick. Let me land.
Though. It's the root.
We're gonna get to the root. But let me.
Do we agree on the root though? I don't know if we're gonna agree on the root, but let's see where we go.
Well, we're gonna get to that. But before we do that, listen to this. So when you say that we need to get lower, it's like whipping the whip or beating a dead horse, because we got people's Big U. We just said free Big U, right? Where 20 years within his grid, every year the murder rate was below. They had Peachtree. When Nipsey Hussle was killed, he called the Peace Treaty, where rival gang members who had been beefing for 50 years joined each other to say goodbye and commemorate the life and celebrate the life of the great Nipsey Hussle. So it's definitely headway being going, and there is roots to it. I believe it all starts with poverty. But let me read this, and then we're going to get into what you were saying. What I was saying was, just like Big U, we're going to take myself out of the situation. Just like Big U doesn't get praise for the fires he put out the way that we applaud and give credit to firefighters. But there's been BS happens all the time. And there's been dozens of instances where it could have made the situation wronger, and he intervenes and brings down the chance of that escalating by putting the fire out beforehand. So it's to continue to say, well, the black on black crime is the thing. That's an easy way to deflect from holding the system accountable, because the system is
now I do want to. You said system, and that's where I was going. See, What I'm saying is, it does exist, and it shouldn't. It's not deflecting. The issue is when our social structures, education have gone down. The numbers show that you have more problems in society. So when kids are not going to school, they're not graduating from school, when your social structures, your educational systems fail, and children are not literate, and now we have failed generations of our people. We have, 20, 30 years of people that have been
Where are
failed.
you getting those statistics? Because the statistics for graduates from out of our community is higher than it's ever been. Where are you getting these
Graduation
statistics
does
and these
not mean
narratives?
literacy. But graduation, number one, does not mean
True,
literacy. When
true.
you look at how our in MPS in Milwaukee, you can graduate with a high school diploma and not have not even have a 2.0, not even have a C average. And so why does this happen? It's because the teachers, because unfortunately, in my opinion, is one Black woman's opinion, a big part of higher ed is structured to support the careers of career educators. It's not a system necessarily created to educate people in the way they need right now. So when teachers need to when the unions want to get their raises, when they want to, adjust their statistics, they move the bar. And so now our kids don't even have to have a 2-point average. So graduation is not commensurate with literacy and the capability to function in society, with social skills, with technical skills, with the ability to be independent, to be Maslow's hierarchy of needs, to provide for shelter, safety, the basics. And so when people feel frustrated and they feel like they've been failed in many, and we're having a conversation, so I know I'm kind of generalizing, but I think we do see issues with crime and poverty because people are lost. And so I think that's what the system in many ways has failed people in need. And so that drives the other issues and challenges that we see.
Definitely. So let's get right here, and then I want to get into your experience in education, and we'll get into more. But we're here right now, so let's go here. So a formal declaration of war has not been made against African Americans. However, extensive research and reporting show that systemic racism within U.S. institutions creates deeply entrenched racial disparities across economic, judicial, political, and medical systems. Many civil rights and social justice organizations refer to these systemic issues as ongoing forms of oppression. Economic disparity. After I finish reading these, then we'll stop after economic disparity just to have you react to what I've just read. The economic landscape for African Americans has been shaped by historical and modern discriminatory practices that hinder wealth accumulation and opportunity. They're not saying that the high violence rate and black on black deaths is what's holding us back economically, right? We continue to talk about the spilled milk and not what's facing us right now. Historical policies following slavery policies like Jim Crow laws, enforced segregation, and federal housing policies like redlining, limited access to home ownership for Black Americans, a primary driver of wealth in the U.S. So we're behind in the real estate game, starting to raise state and lapped us about 400 times. Contemporary barriers. The legacy of these policies persists, with the typical white family possessing significantly more wealth than the typical Black family. Ongoing discrimination in the labor and housing market, in the workplace, and that's why we're going to talk about your nursing schooling, and then even since you started working in housing markets, and predatory financial services in Black communities continue to create obstacles to economic well-being. We'll get to the employment and income gaps next, but I want you to just react to hearing that this is Google, as when you ask whether there's been a war declared against African Americans by the United States of America. This is some of what it says, and we'll get into the rest later. But so far, what I read, what comes to your mind when you hear that this is the reality behind a lot of issues today.
So I would say a number of things. First of all, it is if we look at if we go back to how this country was founded, it was founded by aristocratic people. When you look at how Harvard, Princeton, Yale, the Ivy League schools were founded, they were founded by aristocrats who wanted to educate their children so that their children could be the leaders in society and build wealth. And so that foundation of elite group of people with an elite social structure perpetrated through the 70s, for hundreds of years. And what made it kind of pivot was during the Industrial Revolution, when immigrants of all, Irish, German people, immigrants from all over the world then came to the United States to work in the industries of this elite echelon, if you would. And then they began to think these Ford Motor, Carnegie Mellon, these kind of people began to say, well, if all these immigrants coming to work in our factories, I guess we need to get them educated. So that kind of get them at least speaking the language. And that, and then with child labor laws around the 1900s, that's what kind of set work standards and kind of made, and I'm really generalizing because we don't have a lot of time, made education kind of available to the rest of us, whatever color. And don't forget, our indigenous people have been really, mistreated. I mean, we cannot forget their suffering. Their land taken away. They've been,
we're not forgetting that.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we can't forget them. So what I'm saying is, when you look at the history, it was always elitism. We have suffered as part of that, but the history of the system has never been fair, and it's not been fair for anybody. Where there's an elite structure, an elite, and that's that of people that have had opportunity, and because of economic changes in our country, that the window kind of opened a little bit, and then as I told you, after World War II, that's when really education became more affordable, available to everybody with the GI Bill. But other than that, it was an elite for hundreds of years, an elite process. So we were then, as people of color, I think, kind of pressed under
subjugated up under the system, correct?
That's and we still are, but it's not only us. Everybody caught in it right now. I mean, it's not just us. We cannot just say it's us against them. That is counterproductive. Everybody's caught right now. Everybody's trying to figure out how to work, how to live, how do I get out of my student debt? Can I go back to school? I mean, it's when I went to this, and don't y'all tell nobody, this is secret for this chat. I'm trusting you with my information. But when I graduated from high school, and literally that's been almost 50 years ago, and that stays in this room, full-time tuition at UW-Madison was $300. I could work my way, right? But can't nobody work their way through college no more. Then I transferred to Stritch, and I worked full-time, like I told you, and worked my way through school. But can't nobody work their way out of that anymore. So everybody is now compressed. Everybody, the world is suffering under this economic oppression, and we're still suffering, I think, more as a people. We're suffering, I think, in many cases, because we don't necessarily always have as many limbs to grab to get out. But I do believe that it's not just hard for us, and it is hard for us, but it's hard for everybody.
Well, I'm not concerned about everybody.
But we have to be, because we're living in a world with everybody.
No.
Yes.
Before we can concern ourselves in the works of somebody else, we got to first clean out our house. right? We
But
need
we
to
can't do
tighten.
it in
No.
isolation.
Listen.
We cannot work in isolation. We cannot go to Marcus Garvey. It
Listen,
didn't work.
if you saying we can't work in isolation, then
No, we
Black Wall
cannot.
Street would have never been the most successful economic time in the United States of America for our people. You cannot say that
We
it doesn't
cannot
work
work in
when
isolation.
listen. When everything statistically proves that in isolation, because they wouldn't allow us in their stores, because we couldn't buy from them clothing, food, and sheltering, that they had segregation, we were forced to spend that dollar with us. Do you know that melanated Americans, let's just say black, quote unquote, to be short, right? Black people in the United States, the black dollar goes in our community and leaves faster than anybody else. You want to know why? Because what you saying is going to work, spending the money with others, takes that dollar out of our community and they go spend it in
Well, there's a
Chinatown,
difference between
right?
sponsoring and supporting our economic development in our community and living in isolation. Those are two different concepts.
We didn't say isolation.
I can't
What
agree
we're
with you on
saying,
that, Lamont.
no, you don't
Yeah,
have
those
to
are two
agree.
different ideas.
Listen, we didn't say isolation. You said isolation. What I
You
said
said
is
isolation.
I said independence. I never said isolation. I said independence. All
All
we
right,
want is
independence.
economic independence. You believe that there's something wrong with economic independence?
Not at all. I
Okay.
believe in this season, everybody who's working need a plan B. I believe everybody with any capacity needs to have some kind of entrepreneurial effort that they do on their own. Even if it means that they're selling popsicles on the weekend, they need something that they do, that they put just that money away, that they can reinvest, because the rainy day is coming. And the rainy days and the lack of the inconsistencies, the in our community, in our economic system, you got to have a backup plan. Everybody need a backup plan.
Well, a backup plan cannot. Well, first and foremost, let's start here. Let me ask you this: educationally, do you have a problem with melanated people being independent with a curriculum that empowers them to think counter to what you said was embedded into those who learned after what was it you said, after the Great Depression, or when there was a major change?
I said after World War II is when we and the
The
GI Bill.
the GI Bill. After that, you said that they were taught to make these aristocrats and the elitists even more richer off of the sweat, blood, and tears of the working class. So
they were the power brokers. I mean, and so they opened up. They kind of, education was still an elite experience until really the Industrial Revolution, and then World War II. Everybody, even white people, were not going to school.
I get that, because they were working. Now, to get a higher education, do you believe that, or are you against melanated people, black people in the United States, having their own independent educational system, one that prepares them to compete in corporate America? Are you
That's
against?
what I believe we see in the HBCUs, our historically black colleges. I mean, everybody, the research, and it's clear that people do better when they are taught by someone who looks like them. That they can connect with whose experience resonates with them. Do we need our own curriculum? It's already been proven in our HBCUs, and it isn't necessarily the curriculum, but it's the support. I mean, people that have gone to HBCUs, they talk about what it feels like to have somebody look like you, invest in you. I never had a black teacher in college till my senior year. Never. And so I was always fighting uphill for somebody telling me what I couldn't do. You should be an aide. You shouldn't be an RN. And then when I became an RN, telling people I wasn't the aide, I was the nurse, and the aide was the white girl, and I was the RN. It's always, it's been that, but we need our HBCUs.
Well, talk about specific. We're in total agreement with our own education. It's just some people like me. I specifically believe that when the financiers say we in the same household and I make all of the money, I have all of the spending power, right? The curriculum that was given to and written for the HBCUs was edited over 17 times before it was approved by another race. So they were approving what we were okay to learn, right? That put limitations and ceilings over the higher educations and that the HBCUs get, right? Or are permitted to get under the original agreement when they got the funding to put together that curriculum. But we were talking about education, so I want to talk about some of your experience, you being our elder and having a unique situation at a unique time in Milwaukee um, to go to school. Um, when you first went to school, how many people you got with your master's or doctorate?
So yeah, I have a bachelor's in nursing, a master's in nursing education, and a PhD in online learning and curriculum design. But two couple things I want to point out about that was when I started off with an associate degree in nursing, and then I went and finished my bachelor's degree in nursing. And I was a staff nurse. I loved it. I was at the bedside for over 20 years. So if I've been out of high school for 50 years, you can kind of do the math. I've been in 40 plus years as a nurse. So I didn't go back and get a graduate degree till I was in my 40s. I did that phase of my life much later. The undergraduate, but what I have found is you have to pace yourself. I think, but I think the landscape of education has changed. I do want to say that. I don't believe, though getting a degree and going to college worked for me, I'm not going to tell any young person that's the way you should go unless you really know what you want to do, because the math has to work. I teach at a university where the tuition is $52,000 a year, and my students are going to graduate making $36 an hour. Unless you have your debt paid, you got your schooling paid, I'm not going to tell anybody that $200,000 in debt to make $36 an hour makes sense. The other thing is, information is changing so rapidly that really when you're in your first, when you're in college, you're in your major, the information you're being taught is often obsolete by the time your course is over. That's why you see programs like Coursera, where you're getting you can get certificates and get certified to do things at a much lower rate. That's why you see schools like the People's College that have very nominal tuition with the focus on giving people opportunities to work. So while the system was not always kind to me, it made sense for me to persevere through it because I got the return on investment in my 40-year career. But from making $6.25 an hour when I graduated as a nurse, and I could live good on $6.25, y'all. I had an apartment, I had a car, I was styling on $6.25 an hour. I was living high. You couldn't have told me I wasn't living high. I was living high. So, but you ain't living high on $6.25 an hour anymore. And so the return on investment I had for going to college does not exist anymore. So people have to think, how do I learn? How do I learn and what's best for me, given what the changes that we're seeing in technology with AI is going to totally change the landscape. And I think there's a lot of young people out here. Some of the careers and opportunities that are going to become available to you don't exist yet, but give it another year. So you've got to continue to read. You've got to continue to educate yourself, because opportunities are there and how we learn is different. And what I'm also seeing between universities and in the job force, a lot of jobs are loosening their requirements because they need good people like y'all. You got a good work record. They are loosening things up because they know everybody's not going to get no 6-figure debt on their back just to have a job. That's crazy. You better off going to Starbucks, being a barista, making you 20-some bucks an hour, and we have a part-time job. You'll make just as much and saving your money than going to college right away. It's not college is a good experience if you can afford it. I really suggest community colleges like MATC in Milwaukee, MATC Madison, before putting a lot of money in a university education. But education is important, and how you're educated, I think, in this new age is going to be different.
Right. Well, let's get into some of these things before we move on. I totally agree that education isn't for everybody. I believe that some children should focus on bird. What they say, a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
That's
Um,
right.
getting a trade, whether it's plumbing,
That's right.
HVAC, carpentry, etc. These skills that translate and will continue to be needed through the future because people need housing, right? So people need to make sure that the defecation is being taken out. We can't have a dark ages in the United States of America. It gets real cold in Wisconsin, especially when it's 10, 17 below. So making sure that the heating, air conditioning, and ventilation is working. But my boy Lou for the Lou said also, no guarantee you'll get into that field. You went to school for now. Now you're in student loan debt, working at Walmart with a master's in finance. Hey, bro, if you got a master's in finance and you could be working at Walmart, in what position though? Because if you got a master's in finance and you working at Walmart, I'm quite sure it's going to be real easy to get you into managerial accounting or something that's going to pay you pretty well if you got that one and you working at that company. Better than just working the aisles or loading the aisles. But they say them people own the education system. They write the books, which in turn shapes our thinking to their favor. Yeah, it's a lot of conditioning that goes into it. Even at not even just the higher education, just the way that they tell history, which is a prerequisite in most fields once you graduate, but even in the regular curriculum of K through 12. Where they're teaching you that they saved the Indians and Christopher Columbus discovered America. Like these things that we know to be demonstrably false. You know what I'm saying? And it's already curving and manipulating our young impressionable minds within our community. So now working before let me read this because it gets into economic. So it says the economic landscape for African Americans has been shaped by historical and modern discriminatory practices that hinder wealth accumulation. And I think we already did this one. Economic employment and economic gaps. Let me go to the other one. Judicial disparities. So this is what I'm going to ask you. Do you believe that do you believe that the judicial system in the United States of America, Inc., Incorporated, today benefits or hinders the growth of our people economically and in our future within our community?
So that's a loaded question, Lamont, because number one, judicial positions are often appointed. They're often, voted for in elections. And so that process dictates who's in the seats. I think what's important, and we have to vote. I also think that we have to avoid the judicial system. There's other things to do than to have to engage with the judicial system. Though I will say that when I'll give you this story. My nephew was had never had a problem in his no problems with the law, and he was about 17 and a half years old, and it was a summer night, and how young men just hang out on the corner, so they were hanging out, just talking, doing their music thing, and some police came by and wanted to say, what y'all doing? And they kind of, I believe, I wasn't there, harassed them. And they touched my nephew, made him spread eagle. And, they pat him down and my nephew flinched. I'm sure he did. Because, when any man flinch, it's another man's hand in your, in your privates. So my nephew flinched, and the officer accused my nephew of hitting him, assaulting him, and tried to run him with a felony. Tried to put a felony on him, and he had never had any trouble with the law. So we had to get him. I had got get him an attorney, a very good one, so that he wouldn't ruin his entire life. You know what I'm saying? Because you put a felony on somebody's record like that when they're 17, they'll never have nothing. They won't, it totally ruins his life. So I had to get an attorney to make sure that that didn't happen, and he could do some volunteer work, and so his whole life wouldn't have been ruined at age 17. And so, but for a lot of kids who don't have anyone to do that for them, their lives are ruined for stupid stuff. And we've all been young and dumb. At least I was, at least once. We all have done things that we know were, we were young. We did stupid stuff. I did stupid stuff. And so I didn't want his life ruined. And so in that case, in those instances, sometimes I think the judicial system is not fair, because I don't think your whole life should be ruined. But I can't say, but it is a case by case situation. I can't globally say, put a charge on the whole system, because I can't speak to it.
Right. School to prison pipeline is what they're saying. Well, it even started. Have you ever watched the documentary 13?
Mm-hmm.
And where they came with the vagrancy laws initially, because the only way that after the Civil War, the South were still upset because the economic effect that it would have not being able to get that free labor anymore. It cuts into and costs a whole lot more overhead, where Mississippi at that point was one of the biggest economies in the United States, right? Now look at them now today without slavery, and they say we're lazy. But in any event, so under the 13th Amendment, everybody is afforded constitutional rights unless convicted of a felony, of a crime, right? So they took that little gray area and utilized it to start the prison industrial complex within the United States. Private prisons, Geo Group, and all of these other interest groups who have an interest in making money off of taxpayers. Let's start with the war on drugs, right? They push this narrative, oh, the crack is killing the babies. We need to do this. They come with the crack law, which punished those selling crack cocaine, primarily that look like us, that has been transferred for 2 ounces, a mandatory 10 years, right? A mandatory minimum of 10 years for 2 ounces. But those who don't look like us, coming from across the border or already being here, who get caught with 1,000 kilos of cocaine, which is the base to make the crack cocaine, would probably only get 5 for 1,000 kilos, right? That 100 to 1,000 to 1 ratio specifically target us to get. So what they did, they invest their money into these lobby groups who try to get and win over these crooked politicians who seem to not care about our communities and what's going on, or they act like they do but still don't present any kind of results that are beneficial to the community. So from there they say, well, okay, we come with vagrancy laws, right? Loitering, right? From the beginning, these laws targeted our thing. They had European women consistently falsely accuse Black male men of raping them, sexual assaults, right? And it got so bad in this country for Black men being lynched and hung under this country that it birthed the civil rights movement. That's where the civil rights movement started. And here we go from, you're talking about almost 60 years later. 60 years later, when you look at the statistics, and we'll get into that later, of the ratio of our people and people that look like us still being incarcerated without these basic rights. the right for me, because I have a previous conviction, I can't even protect my household. If a burglar comes, I cannot protect my children legally. They've stripped me of the ability if someone who does have the right decide to do that. So that's putting you at a tactical advantage. But even with that, to see the statistics today, we're still on the butt end of the judicial policies, the highest overturn rate of rape and sexual assaults in appellate courts in America
Yeah, but
today.
I do believe, I mean, the numbers are staggering and the numbers are painful. But I do believe that we have the power for change by voting and educating ourselves. I think we can put judicious, fair, just, integral, and ethical people in these offices. Um,
Then
and
why
you know,
haven't it been done? If
well,
this country been here for 400 years, why today, if you believe that they could do that,
I do believe it.
why we don't have that right now? Because I'm quite sure you don't believe that the congressmen who can't even pass the budget, that federal workers are laid off right now, who this was their career. I'm quite sure you don't believe that we got integral honest people the
You know,
Senate
we
and
can't
Congress
put
today.
everybody in one bucket. And no, I don't believe that everyone is without integrity. I'm not going to say that
Not
all of them
everyone,
do,
but do you
but
believe
I
a
do believe.
majority of them are?
So I can't judge it. I don't know, but I know it can be better if we're better as a people. If society, when I say as a people, I don't just mean Black people. I think all people. This is not, I believe we're in a time today where it is not just black and white. It's really becoming have and have not. And that it is not just color. And we as a people, I still
So you
believe that
saying
we
like
the
a
people.
caste system?
It really is.
But
That's
but
why.
earlier you said that you wanted to talk about the core reasons that are we have
Yes,
these
the core
these
reason
what
is
you call it.
because
But listen, now you're saying something totally different.
no, it's not totally different.
Okay, well, go ahead, finish your thought, and then I'll bring it back up.
Yeah, so we have to. It is a system of have and have nots. It's becoming more. We're shifting more to have and have nots. Unfortunately, in our current administration, the supports, the wraparound services for people that are more disadvantaged, through Medicaid and that, are being stripped away. It is more of a have and have not. What I was, in terms of how our things are structured, what I was saying before is that the social structures, when we stop having good schools, when our social systems and education particularly fail, our societal ills go up. And as our educational system has failed now, probably 3 to 4 generations of our kids, we're seeing the social changes. That is not different. That is a different concept, but I think it's resulted in impacting how, as we have more of a have and have not, what you can afford and what you can't, that gap. And it's harder now to bridge that gap with things being so expensive. I remember with $10, you could eat all week. For $10, you could get you some eggs, some bread, some cheese, some butter, and you could have scrambled eggs. You can have scrambled eggs and cheese. You can have an egg sandwich, a grilled cheese sandwich. You could make it. What I'm saying, on $10, and get yourself through the week to the next. You can't do anything with $10 now. I mean, we used to get my family, my mother, $40 would feed the whole family, and the whole car would be full of food. Now $40 can't hardly get you for more than 4 items. So that's not just a Black issue. That is a issue that everybody is facing. So we're seeing the world is scared right now. And we ought to pay attention to that. We have to come together. We got to pray. We have to be peaceful. There's not one neighborhood that you can tell me where there has been a riot or some kind that has ever recovered from it. Ever.
Well, I'm not talking about a riot. What I'm thinking
But I'm
about right,
saying it's got to be peaceful. Nobody
I don't
benefits
think
from
it got to
violence.
be peaceful. Name me
I do.
one war
I
in
believe it's
the
got to be
let me,
peaceful.
well, first, what I was just reading is there a declaration of war? What I've been reading, is there a declaration of war against blacks in the United States of America? This, what I've been reading, is what Google has said. There has not been a formal declaration of war. And then it goes into all of the different ways we've been attacked, suppressed, which you agree was suppressed, but you continue to focus on and want to divert and deflect, worrying about other people. If we go to East LA right now, you're going to have economic empowerment within the Hispanic and Latino community there. And I'm cool and I'm all for that. I believe some of the best food is Mexican food. I grew up on it and I support them. And you're going to see numero unos, grocery chains in these communities where they're continuing to spend with their people. My fiance, Maria, when we get ready to go to the grocery store, instead of going to Walmart right down the street, she'll be ready to go all the way to the east side to support her people. But it's just it discombobulates me that as soon as we get talking about independence, even with someone as wise and as intelligent as you, the first thing is worrying about everybody else. They got a Chinatown in all major cities. We have no problem with them seeking economic independence for
Well, how are you
things.
defining independence? I guess I will ask you, how are you, if you're saying a community, where we have have stores, where we support each other, there's nothing wrong with that. But I guess I would say, how are you defining independence? And help me understand Tetherish, please. I wanna understand that. And I'm gonna just put it out there, y'all. I am a senior, so give it to me so I can
What is
understand.
what? Oh,
What's
tetherish.
Tetherish?
Explain tetherish. We're gonna start with that because I'm not even
What's
familiar with that
Tetherish? Help us
term.
out here.
Who was that said that? That was oh man, hold on. Let me see. We finna get to that. Oh, Inglewood Legends. Inglewood Legends said she sound kind of tetherish. What does
What's Tetherish?
tetherish mean? We're gonna get to it. Let's say, bro, they just found some kids hanging last week. That's a fact. They figured out how to strip our gun rights when the Black Panthers exposed their freedom we overlooked. They got rights and laws and bills for every race but us. We're still 3/5. It all depends on what we're voting for. If we just voted for the sake of voting, then nothing will change for us. That's a fact. I believe that there is power in numbers. I do believe having a voice politically, especially when you have numbers united, speaking with one voice is powerful. But making sure that we are cultivating people from within our community who have our interests and share our interests and are going to represent that in Congress, in the Senate, in the House of Representatives, or even the White House, or even lower, city councilmen and state assembly members. You know what I'm saying? Getting them up in there, yeah, then it works. Outside of that, no. And once they align themselves with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, they've already pledged allegiance and put something before the people already. They have taken that. Inglewood Legend, yeah, but unfortunately, even if she is not a tether, she has the ideology. 50, play along to get along, which has knit moved us in an iota of an inch towards progress.
Oh, I
Tether
would
is
disagree
some
with that. Disagree with that.
nonsense Tariq Nasheed came up with. Okay, so that's what it is. Independence. So far, they bombed or flooded or terrorized every black town we had. For all the rich black folks from state to state, where all the black-owned grocery stores. Man, listen, bro. We have one of the most influential cultures and communities in the world, and we don't have that. This is the independence I'm talking about. And even with the creativity that we got, that's uh, uh, being exploited at every chance they get. Once they establish the institution, say for music, Sony Records, BMGs, all of these big record labels, they exploited our people since the 1930s in the music that they made. They'll get them to sign the publishing deals and have Elvis Presley perform or marketing them to a white demographic. So it directly affects the situation of us and economic growth. Okay, so look, she said, laugh out loud, my bad, didn't mean to strike a nerve, doctor. So we
No,
gonna
it's
get
all
it.
good.
Okay, well,
It's
we gonna
all
get
good.
into this one thing, and I'm gonna continue to go on. I know you got some business to get to. Let's get to this thing, and then I'll just go from there. So a MAGA pastor. Oh, this is really gonna rub some people the wrong way. Because this is the America that we living in today. But a MAGA a pastor who spiritually believes in this. I want you to react to this, and then I know you got to get to your business. I really appreciate the time that you have already sacrificed to this conversation.
Into the town square. This is a rebellious son, and then they stone him to death. They kill him.
And an armed robber would certainly be one of them.
So
he finna start over. Hold on. Let me get back to it.
Oh, absolutely. Armed robber, all the ghetto
violent
culture,
crimes.
Basically, take ghetto culture. It would describe this to a T. If you did that over 3 generations, how much violent crime would you have in the 3rd and 4th generation? Much, much less.
The actual number of blacks who are committing murder is more than
whites.
Right. And whites are significantly greater.
60% compared to 13%
percentage of the population. Yeah.
So if you take that, and then you took a law like Deuteronomy 21, which is a just law that God enacted through Moses. The law was that if you had a rebellious son, you have a child they're coming up into their manhood and they're rebellious. They don't listen. He lists some characteristics, and even though they're disciplined, they will not turn. He says the fathers to bring them out into the town square. This is a rebellious son, and then they stone him to death. They kill him.
And an armed robber would certainly be one of those.
Oh, absolutely. Armed robber, all the ghetto
violent crime.
All the ghetto crimes.
Basically,
armed robbers should be sentenced to death. This is what the MAGA world, which is the new Republican Party once Trump usurped them with his ideology, believes our children coming from these impoverished communities might be hungry, and they do an armed robbery of someone that they deserve to be stoned to death. What is your reaction to that before you leave?
Oh, I don't know what God he serves. I don't know what Bible he's reading. He might use the term pastor, but it doesn't align with the God I know, the Christ I serve. So I think is one man with an opinion that I do not agree with, that is wrong, that is not loving, that is not kind, that does not deserve to even have audience with the fine group of people that are on this call today. And just since you asked, when I met Christ as my Lord and Savior when I was 22 years old, I'm 67. I know him in my relationship with him.
Tell him again how old you is. Black don't crack. Black don't crack.
But I don't stress. I'm gonna tell you how why can I be this way healthy at 67? No stress, eat right, live right, and I serve the Lord. But Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I know him through his word and his spirit. I trust him. I do not know what this man is professing. I think it's totally wrong, and I would not align with it. And it doesn't deserve any more of my conversation.
I rebuke it in the name of Jesus.
Jesus, I can't even give voice to it.
Well,
I wanted to say to the young man
who
said I was to spirit wonder. He said I was a tether. Well,
that's a woman. That's a woman.
I'm sorry, I did not know. Forgive me. I think I don't. I believe in my life, in 67 years, I've seen a lot of things come and a lot of things go. I've had parents that came through Jim Crow segregation. I was one of the people that came through affirmative action. I've lived through seeing that go away. I lived through the riots. I've lived through the riots, and now then affirmative action, then seeing affirmative action go away. And so I think having seen very many things in society come and go, I've seen programs start, programs stop. I think it is really about people coming together. And it is not so much about the system as it is about us. I believe we have to be loving, we have to be kind, we have to each of us invest in somebody. Maybe, it's about community. Who are we investing in? Who's the young person that you've got under your wing? Who's the young man you've got under your wing? What are we doing individually? Because individually, if we invest and commit, we can make a difference. And if that's a tether statement, then I guess I'm gonna own it.
No, somebody else gave a better. No, I disagree. Agree to disagree. But Spirit Wonder said that a tether is a person whose ancestral lineage isn't Black American. Her ancestral lineage is Black American. So she's definitely not a tether if that's what the definition is. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna have to bring you back. We got that hour. We will continue to build and even more so dig deeper into your work and what you do today, teaching at Marquette University. Tell them just a little bit about that, and especially about the trauma and trauma in the workplace before you go.
Sure. So I'm a subject matter. I teach at Marquette. I teach in the School of Nursing. But in my entrepreneurial side, as I said, everyone needs a plan B, a side hustle, if you would. And so my business, I am a consultant for organizations, and I help them understand trauma-informed care and the impact of historical and multi-generational trauma on the behaviors of people. Because in the workplace, often employers are triggering people, and they wonder why they don't stay. They wonder why they got cursed out. Well, you just can't speak to people in your kind of way because you don't know what happened in their lives. So we have to. Before the pandemic, it was estimated that over 60% of all Americans had at least one adverse childhood experience, community violence, loss of a parent, those kind of things. And after the pandemic, it's most over 80% have more than 4 adverse experiences in their lives. So you've got a whole world of folks traumatized, and if you would, almost ready to be triggered, because so much is going on. And then you add the political situation, the world wars that are going on, the instability in the economy, the uncertainty. We're living in a lot of uncertainty, which is also triggering. So my work is in helping people, one, understand how we can be better, how to handle each other better, be with kindness. And then for people of color to understand our triggers, because trauma transcends 3 generations. And there were lessons my mother taught me that embedded triggers in me that I had to manage. Like she told me, don't let nobody run over you. You always speak up for yourself. So when I was young and working, you talk to me the wrong way, I'm going to stand up and tell you, oh no, I don't care who you were. And I'm 6 feet tall. So I'm just not only tall Black woman, but they, also this tall person that they would see as an angry Black woman. And I'm like, I'm not angry. I'm just standing up for myself. And so in the way that I was taught to do, and so there are, and there are different belief systems. So we have to know our triggers, one, so we can keep ourselves safe, so we can get some things right in our lives, and also so we don't transcend and pass on some things to our kids. So it's a lot of work there, a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, and I wholesomely agree with like 99.9% of that statement and figure. I think that most of us, I think even those that might disagree with your approach, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King didn't agree in their approach, but they came together, they met together, they talked because they had a common enemy and they seen the commonality of in their community. Let's focus primarily on the commonalities as opposed to the differences. But this is Dr. Melanie Gray. Welcome to the Damu Kiwe conversation, Dr. Melanie, and I look forward to having you come maybe in another week, 2 weeks,
I'd
whenever.
love to come back, and I want to thank everybody for the welcome. And I love Team Tall, Steffi, Weepy. I love it. I love it. I love it. Friend me on Facebook. So
Yeah.
I love it all. Melanie Gray PhDRN on Facebook. Please follow me, and I hope that you would. I have am honored to have been here. It was learning and growth for me, and I do hope I was able to be a blessing to some of you.
No, definitely, and we love the aura. But enjoy your day, and we'll talk soon. We got some stuff we've got coming up, so we want to make sure you're included in that. Like I say, we got.
Please, I'm gonna give you a call later, Lamont.
All right, enjoy
Be
your day.
blessings to you. You
All right,
too.
Queen.
Bye-bye.
67, beautiful, huh? Yeah, y'all be lucky to find a woman. She's Steffi Weffy said 6'2". Check in, Dr. Gray. You know what I'm saying?
6 feet. 6 feet.
And then she's 6 feet. So in 6-inch stiletto, she's standing at Kobe Bryant height. You know what I'm saying? All right. Bye.
Not too often. Blessings. Bye-bye.
Blessings. Bye. Respect to the doctor, man. Respect to the doctor. So we finna get into some things because we didn't get to really finish. She didn't have that much time, but we gonna bring her back. But the MAGA pastor, hey, I love the black MAGA, black for MAGA. You know? The black pastor religiously believes that rebellious black, so you supposed to just give in to the pastor Christianity and white supremacy. The rebellious, you're supposed to starve. There's a population of people in this country who have their own ideas of how our children are supposed to grow up as far as psychologically, how they view themselves. And a lot of that population is under the boot of white supremacy, under the boot of Christianity, their form of it. You know what I'm saying? But we against all of that. Inglewood Legends, you worried about the wrong you the one that kept asking. Iceman Vamp, she was asking because it meant something to her. I don't think she was in here. Dr. Melanie was born in Mississippi. Her parents were born in Mississippi. So she's definitely from this, what you call it. That's why I think she didn't respond to it again. But so let's get into some other shit, right? So you got damn, where they go? All right, I'm gonna find it now then. Forget it. Y'all just gotta bear with me, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Where that's at? Let's go to this, and then we'll get to that. Where y'all at? Let me show y'all this, man. Hit the like. Look, I disagree wholeheartedly with a lot of what she said initially. You know what I'm saying? I still disagree with it, but I can agree to disagree. And as a professional vlogger, you got to give people, especially when they're well intentioned. You know what I'm saying? I'm quite sure, knowing y'all seen things that y'all identified early that were different from what we are accustomed to and the way that we think. Understanding that there's a population who have been conditioned to think certain ways is how you can learn the best way to deal with them. Respect to the doctor. Shout out to Dr. Melanie. Okay. And she's gorgeous. Spirit wonder. Yeah, right. True. 67. Black don't crack. And worried about what I'm worried about. Make that make sense, Goofy. Calm down. Chris R. Grinder, Damu and Kiwe Conversations is upgrading the content with doctors on the panel. Yeah, man. Doctors, lawyers. You know what I'm saying? We about community, and the community isn't just the red and blue. You know what I'm saying? Community is everybody who comes from that struggle. A lot of us blacks have been brought up under that ideology, whether we conform to it or not. So I try to be patient. Hey, Spirit Wonder, me too. I'm just learning though, so bear with me, because sometimes my patience runs thin. You know what I'm saying? So look, this is what Google was telling us that I was reading to the doctor about the judicial disparities. Because I remember I'm asking, has war been declared against Black Americans by the United States of America, Inc.? And it gets to say no formal war has been declared, but and these are all of the things that we are facing. Because the truth of the matter is that we've been under attack. We've been it's war been declared against our people. Sentencing biases. Black individuals often receive harsher sentences than white individuals for similar crimes. The war on drugs, in particular, has had a racially disparate impact, with Black Americans being disproportionately affected by mandatory minimum sentences and disparities in sentencing for crack versus powder cocaine offenses. Remember, she even said that that kind of trauma lives with you 3 generations, right? So we still dealing with that right now. Higher incarceration rates. Black Americans are incarcerated at a rate 5 times higher than white Americans. Black youth are also overrepresented in the juvenile justice system. Unequal representation, biases among judges, prosecutors, and juries contribute to these unequal outcomes, inequalities. The judicial inequalities. Prosecutors are more likely to seek punitive sentences for people of color, while juries, which often underrepresent people of color, can introduce bias. Yeah, bro. Salute to the jury that found me not guilty of when I was re-indicted. Teachers, people that could think, cerebral people. Political, so that's judicial disparities. This is the way that the war is being fought against us and our people. This is what's going on, bro. That opens up for dialogue, but not only content, but solution. Oh, you know we finna get into that. She mean no harm, but just indoctrinated. Spirit Wonder took the words out of my mouth. Duke State bringing tanks to the hood. It's military frontline. Every cop in the state. If that ain't war, I don't know what it is. Hey, Lou, bro, why do you think that I'm doing this today? I got an interview I'm going to be dropping. Shout out to my boy, Black Diamond, Fresno, California. You know what I'm saying? But I had to get this out before that because of the times that we're in right now. You know what I'm saying? We are literally under attack, being under attack. And our people are acting and talking about this other miscellaneous bullshit, and they're finna be lambs for the slaughter. Listen to this. Listen to this, right? So we see the judicial and economic disparities and educational disparities, right? So the educational system, and they're attacking us with the education that they're not giving us, right? And giving us and indoctrinating us with what they want us to do, as the Rockefeller said, right? Judicially, the inequalities, the judicial system target us, is prejudicial against blacks in so many different ways, but yet we want to still continue to be a part of this, though it has not our best interest. This is sickness, bro. This is a sickness. So, Agent Orange, or as the small hats have, I think it was like 70 small hats, Zionist small hats, have labeled him their Messiah. That's what's going on. But Trump threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act against American cities. What has happened in American cities that would necessitate a president to, this isn't the first time, to contemplate the Insurrection Act. We are spiritual people. People need to get back to that. Yet stay dangerous. True life. Listen, man. It's nasty. King Edo 9 Deuce. What's up? King Edo 9 Deuce. They hide financial literacy and wealth management skills from niggas on purpose. Listen, bro. You 100% correct, man. So what we finna do, I'm gonna show y'all. Is they gonna allow me to show y'all this? Let me see how I'm gonna pull this off, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get into some solutions. The Insurrection Act. So let me see. This is what Trump is thinking. 47 brought up the idea of invoking the Insurrection Act while speaking to reporters at the White House on Monday. And he claimed he'd go through with the invocation if it was necessary, according to NBC News. So now, for the first time since Abraham Lincoln, who was the first person to authorize the federal government the use of deadly force against the people, Abraham Lincoln pulled a coup in America. And I'm a descendant of slavery, so if you believe, but he was liberating the slaves. He had slaves. So that wasn't the situation. But he was the first person who authorized the use of deadly force against the population for a political reason. And he used the resources that the federal government had, the financial institutions, the military institutions, against those farmers and people who were advocating for slavery, the Confederates. Trump is now threatening to do that. For what is the reason he's threatening to do that? If it was necessary. Necessary for what? For your information, the Insurrection Act of 807 enables the president to deploy the military and federalize state National Guard forces in certain circumstances. So he's saying for these political divided democratic places, California, we're going to send National Guards, which he's already doing, from Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what a culture shock, right? From Mississippi into California, ICE agents, right? This is what's going on right now. And they're also arresting and harassing people that look like us, because now the high court, the court of the land, has held that it's okay to discriminate against people based on their race if they believe they're illegally here. Just curve another constitutionally guaranteed right. Anytime somebody gives you something the same way they gave it to you, they could take it away. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're standing for. A revolutionary knows. That's why it's getting by on you. You guys have been raised to be hustlers and dope dealers and killers and gangbangers and gangsters. You niggas weren't raised to be revolutionaries. Revolutionaries know every right that you fought for, the ground game. You got to remain militant and stand vigilant to maintain that. What's the next? This is a slippery slope. They studied us, Deuce. They know how powerful we were, and especially now, I fear not. Laugh out loud. They Messiah, the nerve. Fact. Mike B, what's up, Chep? But this is some Zionists saying that Cali, Missouri, Illinois, Texas, Maryland, D.C., a lot of cities and states keep military ready for the streets. Listen, bro. And then we're still dependent upon them. What's going to happen when they declare a state of emergency, martial law, and they cut off the water to your house? What's going to happen? For all of y'all that think it's going to be as simple as grabbing an AK or learning how to make RPGs for guerrilla warfare is the answer, just remember when we've been smutting out and exposing these rats like Whack 100, they've already recruited a lot of people within each one of these communities that you're going to believe is your friend, but they're already working for the federal government. They're going to tell on you, bro. But y'all was cool with snitching for citizens, right? You see how they conditioned your mind to be acceptable, to have that become the norm nowadays. Imagine, well, let me get to this real quick. So he's threatening to declare martial law. If they suspend the Constitution to declare martial law, the Insurrection Act, the Insurrection Act of 1807. Let's just talk about this a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let me blow it up so y'all can read with me. You know what I'm saying? The Insurrection Act of 1807 is the U.S. federal law that empowers the President of the United States to nationally deploy the U.S. military and to federalize the National Guard units of the individual states in specific circumstances, such as the suppression of civil disorder, of insurrection, and of armed rebellion against the federal government of the U.S. The Insurrection Act provides a statutory exception to the Posse Comitatus Act or Comitatus Act 1878 that limits the president's deploying the U.S. military to enforce either civil law or criminal law within the United States. So it's a slippery slope that we're entering. The purpose and content the act empowers U.S. president to call into service the U.S. Armed Forces and the National Guard when requested by a state's legislator or governor if the legislator cannot be convened to address an insurrection against the state, against that state. So they're going to start taking over by military force where the governor cannot be convened to address an insurrection in any state, which makes it impracticable to enforce the law or to address an insurrection, domestic violence, unlawful combination, or conspiracy in any state, which results in a deprivation of constitutionally secure rights and where the state is unable, fails, or refuses to protect said rights. This is what they were telling y'all during the election in the MAGA, talking about the revolution is coming. This is what everybody knows and been preparing for, except our people. Our people. They're getting rid of these illegal aliens who are like 30-some%. Well, just the Latinos and Hispanic. Let me fix that. Makes up over 30%. About 30% of this population identifies as Latino, Ladino, or Hispanic, right? So let me get over here because I'm going to show y'all some stuff. This is some nasty work, man. I'm show y'all what we got going on, man. You know what I'm saying? It's going to take an hour. That's all right. You know what I'm saying? Let me finish this real quick. I got to mute this up. All right. So when that happens, we in the world of trouble. You guys hold on. let's go right here and share to this. We're gonna show y'all some of the ways we're finna try to overcome and become independent markets and funds. What I do every day, you know what I'm saying? Just who I am, right? So let's go ahead and make this. Okay, there goes Should. So we'll talk about that when he get on.
This is Global Kelly.
Oh, this ain't it.
Calls from an incarcerated individual at.
He'll never start nothing else, because that's what I'm supposed to.
So we have. That's crazy. So that was a call with Sugar. Right. Let me fast forward it. First and foremost, once you told me was oh man, I done grabbed the wrong thing. It said should we don't. Yeah, that's not it. Apologies. You know what I'm saying? Apologies. I thought that was it. Oh yeah, here it go right here. We gonna run into this. Let me see. Y'all able to see it. We'll wait for the countdown. Hey, let's share this because this is Active Chucks. This is what we working on. This is this strategic marketing plan for the company and what we got going on. Anybody interested in helping, assisting, participating, get with it. But we finna get to it. Shout out to my brother G, man. I'm supposed to have that done off the top, my bad, but we ain't gotta go. It's only 3 minutes. Let's go.
Running back. Hey, they got 5 interference. It's a cool new day, man. I'm trying to see where my nephew gonna go, bro. I'm trying to see where my nephew gonna go, man. Oh yeah. Okay. Damu Kiwe Conversations, man. Sports edition. We outside with who? The boy Puka the Kua. Got it. One of the Rams receivers, man, we seen his, he was killing the game last year. Tell us how did that feel, man, with them stats, man? You was out there getting on the field crazy, man. Let us know how you felt.
True. It was just fun. I felt like I was just lost in the moment, that enjoying everything and trying to get in that end zone.
Listen, kids, he was out there doing it. Being that we out here with the kids, man, how does it feel networking and coming back to the community and just like basically coagulating with the kids and showing them your skill sets and teaching them skill sets?
100%. That's what makes it fun. I feel like I never had this opportunity to be at a pros camp and for them to be in this the place I'm trying to make home out here in LA makes it really fun. The fans that are Chargers fans or Rams fans and just everybody playing football makes me happy.
Appreciate that, man. Hey, do you have any advice for any of these young kids that's trying to get to this professional level like yourself? Anything you can tell them of encouragement?
I would say consistency is key, whether that's in everything that you do, but especially with the stuff you want to do with football. Every day you do a little bit, you can keep stacking blocks, and then by the time you're done, you look back, you got a mansion. So that's the plan.
And we appreciate you. This is Damu Kiwe Conversations. I'm with one of these top receivers out here playing for the Ram, Mr. Who?
Puka Kua, your boy.
Man, look, he said it himself. United Color Raps, we appreciate the sponsorship. We were one of the greats, man. Y'all tap in for more. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Hold on, let me pause this real quick. We got the Kiwe Pop Star in the building. The Kiwe Pop Star is in the building.
Salute, and most salutes, man, because the game is watered down and it's diluted. But guess what? To the real ones, we salute them. Man, we got to do something to Don. Y'all, the Kiwe pop star. Man, what is this going on? It looked like that's the Rams receiver.
Right.
Nupu to Nupu.
I can't. You ain't gonna give me the slant to
Butcher
butcher
that
that
man name
man's
like
name.
that.
But what I can tell you is this is part of the strategic marketing plan I put together. This is the actual presentation. We are hiring some interns. We already got one, and we'll be having some other ones signing the intern agreement. And we got a lot going on. But you being, a senior member of the Damu Kiwe conversation, you know what I'm saying? Being a Kiwe pop star,
Yes, sir.
you not being at this meeting, it was only right that I made
man.
sure you got the whole pitch so you know which direction we headed. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and it starts with the children. Let's go. Show the log. Let's go. Boy, how you doing? How you doing, man? I'm good. What you
Hey man, we back. Damu Kiwe
y'all get y'all
Conversations
blunts,
back, and we
man.
have
This is
no
going to
other
be
who?
for
Jane
2
Harris, man.
hours more. So y'all hope
Crenshaw
y'all
Finals,
ready.
you know what I'm saying?
We
UFL,
definitely got
all
the
that.
content.
Hey man,
This
you
is
hear
what it looks
brother.
like to
How
be a
is
real
it
Damu.
feeling? How do you feel coming back out here to your community where you see so many different kids with all kinds of talent? Tell us, man, how does it feel coming back to the community and giving these kids inspiration and skill sets today?
Man, honestly, it felt real good, because growing up, we didn't have too much, older guys, giving back to our community, just somewhere to go on a weekend, Saturday, to have all these kids out here, all the professional athletes in one spot, man. This is kind of big for our community. And then this is also big for Dayon, being that it's his first camp. He just finished his rookie year last year. He's going on his second year. And we're expecting big things from him. So it's real big going into a season.
Man, listen, being the fact that you played at one of them high-end colleges like USC, tell us, how was that experience in college life? And what could you give some advice to the kid that is transitioning from high school to college life right now that you see at these campuses?
It was kind of like a tough transition for me, but USC, they did a good job of getting me with the academic advisors and tutors and stuff like that, helping me,
education purposes,
helping me out with scheduling out my classes and stuff like that, and how I'm manage my time and stuff like that. So for the younger guys, I just say, get with somebody that's already done it, you know what I'm saying, and try to pick their brain, see where they went wrong, see what they did right, and see what you can do, you know what I'm saying, to make your career or your chapter or your college, your chapter pretty much good, I guess.
Because being that they have the new situation with the portals, that's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. Yeah. Kids transitioning from different colleges in these portals, they are different, man. Being that you playing in the UFL, right? I know it's professional.
If you're between 45 and 64 and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
give these kids you, giving us an understanding on playing in the UFL and how transitioning from there and to the NFL, like what advice would you give a kid and how to obtain that professionalism getting ready to transfer from the UFL to the NFL?
Really, as a professional, bro, you really don't want to change nothing that you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Whatever league that you in, the NFL, the UFL, you know what I'm saying? I still do the same drills that I was doing
when I was with the Eagles, you know, my rookie year, you know what I'm saying? So I don't change my process. I pretty much kind of like add to it, you know what I'm saying? Take little stuff out that's not working for me.
2-hour
and just
presentation.
Keep, you know, improving my process, man. And that's what I do.
When you in the locker room, man, what are you listening to get yourself into that game mode?
Lil Baby.
Lil Baby.
I like Lil Baby. Meek Mill.
We got Meek in there too, for sure.
Nipsey, for sure.
For sure. I'm gonna tell you one that you probably ain't know. I'm gonna give you one. Wally the Sensei, Scandalous.
Oh yeah, Scandalous. Yeah, I like that.
That's me, bro.
Hey,
LA, we outside, baby.
Sensei, that shit hard.
Yeah, man. Listen,
hard, bro.
We out here with one of them, man. Listen. Could you give us a quick shout out, Damu Kiwe Conversations, brother, please?
Hey, shout out Damu Kiwe Conversations, man.
Hey, listen, man, we out here with a professional. He's giving you guys advice. Take that advice, youngsters, man. This has been another athletic sports edition of Damu Kiwe Conversations, man. And we out. Appreciate you, brother.
Share this live. Yeah, that's him.
Niggas that know me know I'm with the business. Don't go back and forth with no nigga like tennis. If you from the hood, why you acting all timid? Niggas rap cap and they gon' pretend. Live what I rap what I live. You a day one. I'm a day one from my section.
So
Kiwe.
Active Chucks, the Damu and Kiwe Conversations. That's one of the things we do. We do a lot of content, various things. Most of the trending issues, we're viral with more influence than the numbers even show, because so many people, YouTubers and vloggers, react to our work. So even though we might only did 30,000 on the video, the effect and ripple that it causes across the algorithm and the internet is impeccable. Its magnitude is a lot bigger than the numbers indicate. Also, just let's get into this. So that was the introduction. It takes you to the website, and you're able to see some of the other content that we do, specifically the ETE crew. So the ETE crew is, you got the Active Chuck page, Damu Kiwe Conversation page, but then you have Scandalous Los Angeles TV and Most Scandalous Los Angeles TV. Then you have That Girl Henny, who pretty much focuses on the tea. You have Smoked Out TV and the No Cap Network. That's a whole nother genre of content that's being done. And now we got Byron Blake and A Dose of Reality TV. A Dose of Reality TV you'll learn more about, so I'll wait. But Active Chucks Entertainment is proud to present an exclusive sponsorship opportunity for Damu and Kiwe Conversations, a dynamic podcast platform that amplifies authentic voices, tackles real conversations, and builds meaningful connections with a loyal and growing audience. Through insightful discussions, cultural commentary, and community-focused dialogue, Damu and Kiwe Conversations has established itself as a trusted source of conversation that entertains, informs, and inspires. This proposal outlines how your organization can align with our brand, gain direct access to our audience, and showcase its commitment to community engagement and through leadership. So about the podcast, and it goes into the numbers. I don't want to click out on that for that. If you hit the Spotify or Apple Podcasts and the analytics for YouTube, those hyperlinks will take you there where they'll be able to actually see that the podcast has been available now for going on 2 years, available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and major streaming platforms. And then the community impact. Conversations spark dialogue that bridges gaps and uplifts underrepresented perspectives. My hat tilt to your side. Sponsorship opportunity. To the west
we are seeking corporate sponsors to support the Damu and Kiwe Conversations and join our mission of building stronger, more connected communities through meaningful conversations.
The minimum sponsorship is a 6-month,
don't know who that is,
$18,000
that's the bro.
sponsorship agreement. That's the least we will do on any of these plans that we will be getting into now. Sponsorship benefits. As a value sponsor, your brand will receive premium visibility and engagement across our platforms, brand visibility, logo placement on the podcast, cover art, promotional flyers, and digital marketing materials. On-air mentions at the beginning, middle, and end of each episode. Product service integration where relevant to conversations. Digital promotion dedicated.
This is really important. But hey, Big Messy just jumped in the chat, Yael. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you want to greet the brother because he was talking real greasy about you, brother.
Hey, Big Messy. Hey, if you really want to get active, meet me in the Noms on the east side. Well, as a matter of fact, on the west side in the Noms. Hey, listen, check this out, old head. I told you already, brother. I'm going to meet you over there.
Salute to the triple OG.
Salute, Big Messy.
2 P's, 1 B. Salute, Whoop.
Shout out through Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, LinkedIn. Website recognition, if applicable, under sponsors, partners section. So we're definitely for the 18,000 to be having their brand associated with the Damu and Kiwe page on the website. Tagging and linking sponsor accounts and promotional posts. We'll definitely be doing that also for the whole 6 months, the duration of the contract. Audience engagement, an opportunity to provide branded giveaways or merchandise for listeners. So think, what's that that alcohol company that you said might be interested, G?
Rayon. It's an independent brand that just dropped October 1st. Black owned. Yeah, Rayon XO. Yep, black owned.
So Rayon XO would be say they would be like, okay, well, we want everybody to bring awareness about this. We'll start the hashtag Rayon XO, a hashtag Rayon XO, and we're going to be promoting through all of our social media, including the ETE, because we all help support each other's page and bring likes. But all of these pages are going to get it in the algorithm, hashtag Royale XO, right? And it's going to be a promotional video that we do real quick, saying that if they want a chance to win a bottle of the the person who comes up with the dopest dance or rap or song to the whatever kind of raffle you want to do, will be winning maybe a case or a couple bottles of the Rayon XO. That's one of the opportunities to give provide branding giveaways. You know what I'm saying? Or merchandise.
The union is here. And before dude say fuck Levi, Levi knows Levi Stadium.
Co-branded live events or special episodes. We'll be able to negotiate that also as the touring. We're finna be doing a whole tour of artists. That's not yet, so that's optional. We'll get into more of that later, but the Damu Kiwe Conversation podcast will be hosting the live and streaming live from each city that they tour, and it's like 50 cities, bro. Direct access to a niche and loyal audience aligned with your brand values. Obviously, when you see how obviously most of the stuff on the internet is in PG-13, right?
Right.
It's rated R. But we do differentiate and make sure that we put a concerted effort towards social issues, and that's kind of how we got the credibility and within the internet population that we do care about the community. You being a potential sponsor, it kind of aligns you with us in showing that care for the community and those social positions
that our voice echoes loudly throughout the community and on the internet. Reporting and ROI, so monthly sponsorship impact reports with listeners.
Okay,
stats.
ROI is return on investment, just in case.
Oh yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So any corporate sponsor, every month they'll get an impact report with listener stats, reach and engagement metrics, clear visibility on how your investment is making an impact, and why partner with Active Shucks Entertainment. Authenticity. Our podcast resonates because we are rooted in real stories and experiences. Engagement. Listeners don't just tune in, they engage, share, and grow with us. Cultural relevance. We deliver conversations that matter today and shape tomorrow. And the value alignment. Sponsors gain meaningful association with a socially conscious, forward-thinking brand. And that's unique. You don't have anybody on the internet that started off as a podcast with that kind of credibility who is trying to shape the future for positive. It's just not, the positive
Right.
doesn't get too much light. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So anything you guys want to highlight or note on this proposal before we move to stage 2?
No. I don't.
The beautiful lady,
Savannah.
She might be away from the thing real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Savannah. Oh yeah, okay.
So what we'll do is we'll close this one out and we'll get to the next one, which is, we just gonna pick it random, except those. Those should be the last ones. So let me see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so yeah, I got that one. 7. Let's get to that. Savannah, are you back with us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is it. No, it's not. So I got to start from the bottom to get to the 7. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's not it. Charitable, or let's get up here.
All right, let me fast forward it to the part where
this is not it. Let me close that now. So,
Oh, that's what it was. My bad. That was.
Let me see. Is that 3?
Right.
We apologize.
Oh, my brother G, man.
25 minutes here. So, animated children educational series, pioneering animation for education, created by Dose Reality TV. Dose Reality TV is one of the
hit that like button and share.
One of the pioneers in AI animation on YouTube, and now he's coming with
for
this
Dose
cartoon,
Reality TV, man.
For education about a Dose Reality TV, edifying through entertainment. Pioneer on YouTube with AI and animation content, proven creative leadership and digital innovation. Many imitate, but a Dose of Reality TV is the original trailblazer. The series, format, and animated children educational series, ages 5 through 12. So we're going to click right here, and you'll be able to see this character, right? If you look and you hit that hyperlink, right? Then you got focus, fun plus learning through storytelling. So now you have the calculator and these characters, right? Animals. It's going to obviously be targeting a younger demographic of children that's just learning those type of things. But it gets pretty more sophisticated early because I think that we're preparing them to digest more earlier as far as education. So when you hit that one, that's what you get. Topics: literacy, STEM basics, social emotional growth, and cultural awareness, and that's issues of race, discrimination, and a lot of other things based on your color, or in this case, what kind of animal you are, right? So we're going to feed them these issues with baby sauce, like you would feed a baby sauce, so that they can digest it for their level of understanding. You know what I'm saying? I hope that's do you get where I'm going with that, bro?
Yeah. It's like trying to give a child meat. You know, you gotta give it to them
right
little at a time. Yeah.
Right. Then you got bright, engaging, AI-driven animation, and then you'll see some more of the characters that's in here. You know what I'm saying? Hack, Keyang, Swish, Murph. These is just one family of characters that he's already engineered, and their characters will be specifically to bring about the educational goals that we want. AI-powered creative process, faster production and innovation. And then here goes some of the people in the neighborhood that they're going to be characters in this cartoon. So from there, it goes to the marketing opportunities. Marketing to parents and schools seeking safe, educational, diverse media. Children's ed tech and edutainment market projected at billions annually. So we're going to be trying to disrupt the market of what they do by doing it better and making it more relatable, specifically to a targeted market, right? A segmented demographic. Those in the inner city that look like you guys and us, and the indigenous and or Latino community that usually surrounds the areas that we grow up. But it's $1 billion annual market. So our goal is within the 2 years to carve in at least 7 to 8% of that market. You do the math. If we're able to carve into 7 or 8% of $1 billion, and that's the type of numbers that we'll be able to generate if we're successful. If our team is dedicated, hungry, and have a desire to ensure that these kids are growing up with the right way, learning. Right. So then you got major platforms like YouTube Kids, Netflix, Disney, PBS Kids, constantly seeking new educational content. So eventually, after the 2-year deal that we got with Cox, because if you see right here, you see Cox Media. This cartoon already has distribution, and it's through Cox Media. You'll be able to hit the TV, and you'll see exactly what Cox Media do. Our alliance with Val TV Network permits us to have and be in a unique position as she's a registered agent with Cox Media. But to be specific, it's a part of Cox Media that we got a deal with. And let me go to that now before we go any further. So it should have been on here. I guess I gotta go to it. 1 second. I forgot to put that on there. Ain't that the dumbest shit ever? Hold on. I got it though. Val TV Network. So through Cox Network, we have the Your TV distribution specifically for this cartoon. And let me turn this off 1 second. Boom. And then we can get to the Your TV. All right. You should be able to see it now. So the Your TV platform is the long form programming opportunities through Cox Media. What is your view? And you'll be able to click on here once you get a copy of or the PowerPoint of this whole thing. We will make sure we include this. This is the market that we have through Your View. The cartoon, the animated children's series will be seen in over 2.5 million households on 16 channels in 30 plus cities. We got Cleveland for you, brother. I know you got your hometown. You see it? We got Cleveland. We got Providence, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Hartford, Holland, Massachusetts, DC, Roanoke, Hampton Roads, Macon, Georgia.
What Roanoke?
Right. Gainesville, Florida,
Congratulations to Dose Reality
Fort
TV,
Walton
man.
Beach, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Topeka, Kansas, Omaha, Nebraska, Manhattan, Wichita, Phoenix, Tucson, Palm Springs,
Vegas,
Yuma, Vegas, Santa Barbara, Orange County, San Diego.
Hey, Yael, is you seeing all of these cities?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, hell yeah.
This is where the animated cartoon is going to be on cable TV in all of these cities. We got this. We got this lock. Shout out Yael and the Dose of Reality TV. Let's go. Damn, I done messed up it.
But we ain't got to go. It's only 3 minutes. Let's go.
Okay,
So
there
I
we
gotta
go.
start from the bottom to get to the 7.
Oh, not sure why y'all can't hear me.
Many imitate, but a Dose of Reality TV is the original trailblazer. The series, format,
fast forward.
and
There we go.
Phoenix, Tucson, Palm Springs,
Vegas,
Yuma, Vegas, Santa Barbara,
Yeah,
Orange
yeah.
County,
Salute from North
San
Coast,
Diego,
Oklahoma. Salute.
Sun Valley, Idaho. 2.6, almost 2.6 million households. So why is that important, right? And then here goes the breakdown, market cities, etc. We also have Los Angeles, etc. But the breakdown exactly what channels they are in those different cities and states. These are the rates that we are able to get through Val TV. 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. is $150 to $175 for a slot.
like chilling with my roadie. So it's like this can fit with that too. With this
Great idea. But I'm talking about how that's the content. And that's beautiful because it does go into it. I'm talking about how do we monetize
this right here.
We have
okay, clothing, shoes. The cartoons can be wearing different clothing, shoes, getting the oil change. One of the cars mess up or something. Okay, that's how we monetize it. As a cartoon.
Clothing, shoes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So let's just say if an oil company sponsor us, one of the episodes, it'll be Timmy's car trouble, and he goes to the oil sponsor to get his car fixed, and then at the end it's sponsored by John's Oil Change. Get your oil changed, man. Just something like that. That's how you can monetize those things.
Right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So for the oil change.
That was just an example. Like if somebody, even a car, we could get car sponsorship like that. Timmy's new car, you know what I mean? Or grandma's favorite dress, favorite meal, or shopping at Walmart. Like, I don't know. Like, just different subjects would be basically the title would be our sponsors. So we could sell those sponsor slots. Like, if you want to be sponsored, the cartoon title would be based on your company. So if it's a Febreze, like we can even go as far as Febreze, Sammy Stinky Room. Like, and then, he cleaned up and he used for, and it's still a moral on keeping your room clean. And mom loves to use Febreze to help the room smell good, something like that. So, yeah.
Bro, that's a perfect example, right? So what we do, we call that product placement, right?
Yeah.
Where not only will you be shouted out, Febreze be shouted out as a sponsor before, during, or after, at the end of the credits, but
it's a part of the cartoon.
Marketing, we're making it a part of the universe of this cartoon. So Febreze, you're right. The character would be Stinky Sam, right? Stinky Sam has this odor. So the lesson comes to instill esteem into Sam. Hygiene into Sam, the importance of it, educating them about germs, educating them about the Black Plague that infested Europe during the Dark Ages. You know what I'm saying? And it would be something to that. And Febreze happens to be the hero that comes in as part of this educational moment in this cartoon, bro. So Febreze was a perfect example. It puts Adult Reality TV in a unique position to have a long-term relationship with these corporate sponsors. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So let's go down some more sponsorship opportunities. Seeking for full first season production and distribution. Partners gain national and digital visibility. So not only are we going to have you on TV before 2.6 million households nationally, the ETE, the Damu Kiwe Conversation podcast, are going to be promoting this to all of the parents that their kids should be participate and support this venture of positivity, educational to our children. What minus things that we might not perceive as moral or congruent with the upbringing of our children, and specifically talking about minus all of the homosexuality promotion that is being encouraged in cartoons and TV today, right? I just seen something like 2 weeks ago where a little I think that's like a niche market too, Yael, where parents like us don't want our child growing up and being conditioned with having to accept from an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old kid telling them that what their sexuality is at 8 o'clock. If your kid is having at 8 years old, if your kid is having beliefs that he's feeling like a woman and it's a boy, or it's a girl that he's feeling like a boy, yeah, I have a problem with that. I don't think that you should be even connected to sexual activities, let alone describing yourself based not upon your sexual organs, but as describing yourself about your sexual preference. That's crazy, bro. So that's kind of like chomo behavior. Yael, you think that school should be more focused, just like this program that we're doing for the educational cartoons for the kids should be focused on making sure that they bringing the children up the right way?
100%.
Okay.
100%. The kids are only known to do and promote and to exemplify the things that the guardians / parents of the household is giving them and teaching them and allowing them to do. Just like we talk about giving an amount of food, a child can only eat what the father and mother allow them on a health base. So when the mother is eating healthy, that food is now materialized into milk and she's feeding her child. So what she puts into her child, that's what her child is going to promote. And when you allow these television shows and programs to feed your child mentally and spiritually, those are going to be the type of things that the kid is going to exemplify in the world today. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got to be very careful as guardians and parents to make sure we're monitoring the things that our children are digesting physically and spiritually and mentally.
Okay, toys too. Yeah, we got the toys. I've been researching that. We got a super chat before we get back to the
Salute
business.
Iceman Vamp, $5 super chat. Thizzler just dropped the video for Who's Next, Black Diamond. Here it is first, man. Salute to Iceman Vamp for the $5 super chat. Anything and everything that was given to the Damu Kiwe conversation is highly appreciated.
Wait,
Salute
we
to you,
we broke
family,
that record.
and
Salute
try.
to Black Diamond. Congratulations, man. We
Salute.
broke that record here first. You dig? Hey, salute. That's what we can do. So you hip hop artists interested in that little promotion? Our voice go a long way in the entertainment and music business. Yael's kind of like a connoisseur of music. You know what I'm saying? So they like people tend to agree, especially artists, with our taste in music. Even though he's more of an E40 guy, you know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I like E40 too, though.
I was sitting here and I was going through some of my music that I was getting mastered. And man, free Mac 5, man. That brother is so talented, man. Hard-headed as hell. But
right.
Me and Mac 5 did a song called Misery and Company, and I let somebody hear it, and they was like, wow.
Damn.
A different side of Mac 5, different side of myself. These are the type of records that from just a artistry perspective, these are the type of records that I enjoy doing, especially when people are putting you in a box and they don't expect you to do things like this. So salute to Mac 5 and free that brother.
My brother. All right, we're gonna get back to it, but this is a hell of a pitch. He on Thizzler. We break it, and Thizzler then ran him up. I think he on Trap LA today. I'll come back with that later. 8-year-old girl was raped, right? Sexually assaulted by a transgender kid who was going to the girls. We can't hear you. You muted up, bro.
I was agreeing. I was like, oh yeah, about the girl, the in the bathroom, and the father went there. Yeah, I remember that.
So this is an alternative to that. We can complain all day about how our morals aren't aligned with pushing that on the child. We shouldn't be pushing no sexuality on the child at 8 years old. That's right. First, let alone homosexual acts, which we believe is immoral. So this is also an alternative for that. Let's go. Partners gain national digital visibility, opportunity to be a part of the first AI-powered educational series, kids series, sponsor benefits, logo placement in opening credits, co-branded educational materials, downloads, worksheets, and apps. This is where the role educational course will be able to help out with him. You know what I'm saying? So say it's an educational series. The curriculum that Road already has is going to be contributing to what these kids need to be implicated and implemented and learn while they're watching the cartoons, right? I believe this will expeditiously put a speed on the track of how kids are digesting and learning, because it's a fun way that they're learning it, and it's just repeated once they hear it in school. Some of the lessons that a second grader or a third grader should already have seeds planted so they can properly digest it when they learn it in school, if they don't catch on initially through the cartoons. on-screen product placement, kid-friendly where appropriate, right? Promotion across the Dose of Reality TV and Active Chuck's digital platforms, community goodwill, sponsors tied to children's growth and learning. Why partner with us? Proven innovation, cultural relevance, educational impact, supports early learning, community development, brand visibility, reach parents, schools, and global kids audience. And this is how they can contact us if they're interested in sponsoring and wanting to be a partner in this this business venture, education, targeting a better education for our children. That's part 2, animated children's educational series. Anything y'all want to say about that before we move on? Anything y'all might want to add? Because we are recording, so those ideas will be embedded into the film for future reference.
No, I just like the marketing aspect of the cartoon, the monetization on that. So,
okay, what about you, Savannah?
No, I'm okay.
What she say?
She said, "No, I'm all right."
I'm just listening more.
Okay. So the second one. Now this one is a little bit more.
This is
a
where
little bit
y'all
more.
Adultish.
Huh? Adultish.
Adultish. Yeah.
Yeah. You talking about hip hop animated series, the first full season partnership. Active Chucks, together with Active Chucks Charitable Org, is proud to introduce a groundbreaking hip hop animated show. A first of its kind project blending music, culture, storytelling, and animation. We are now seeking strategic corporate sponsors to partner with us in funding the full first season of the show with a minimal commitment of $250,000 for the first season. First season being 12 episodes in a season, right? So through our alliance with Val TV Network, Valerie McConnell, that was who you called before, we have access to a lot of different platforms. Here you see Google Play, Apple TV, Amazon Prime, Roku, and that's just the Now Network with Val TV Network. That's Thursdays at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope that you can see that, and if you can't see that, that's good. So, bam. Also, we have a registered agent of record for the CW Network. Valerie McConnell is the registered agent for the CW Network. You got the CW. You even got the Spanish channel, Estrella TV, Mod LV TV, KVCW, KVMY, and Estrella TV, Las Vegas, Nevada Media Kick. Now, this is specifically for Nevada, but nationally, we have the same opportunity. The prices may vary depending on the demographic and the geographic, depending on the geographical location and the time slots, but we have access to the same thing in Ohio, in New York, in Los Angeles for these same channels.
Iceman Vamp,
we are
send me that
through Sinclair Broadcasting.
that Black Diamond link on
Valerie
Twizzler.
McConnell is a registered agent, 78 stations in 46 markets, and this is pretty much their whole pitch. You'll be able to see we got the programming, we got the slots. That's for Estrella TV, the CW network, all throughout Las Vegas. And we can get the printout and media audits, which show the statistics. If any of the interns are interested in the statistics, you now have access to see exactly what the statistics are in case when contacting potential sponsors, you choose or find that it's important for them to understand more detail, you'll be able to tell whether or not they're serious from the get-go. And this is through Val TV Network. We are now in media. This is not just an entertainment company. Active Chucks Entertainment is now a multimedia company that's versatile in that we have a good presence on social media and an even larger presence in TV and cable TV. So that's he's an agent with the CW network through Sinclair Broadcasting, as well as Cox. This was the one I was telling you about, Your View. Can you see that?
Yeah.
They'll be able to hit that and see that. And that's through Cox. So now you got cable and TV. This partnership ensures that your brand will gain national visibility while being aligned with a cultural relevant and community-driven entertainment project. About Active Chucks, parent company of the Damu and Kiwe Conversations podcast and other media ventures. Independent entertainment and clothing brand with 7.4 thousand YouTube subscribers. This was done a couple months ago when I did the thing. The statistics right now, I'm almost at 9,000, and it's only been 2 months. So we're going like every 2 months, almost 2,000 subscribers.
See the police.
The growth is great with the digital reach of on YouTube of over 266,000 monthly viewers, right? Active Chucks also has a nonprofit 501c3 arm, which is committed to social change, youth empowerment, and cultural storytelling. Founded and led by Lamonte Deuce M's, STEM Senior, right? The animated series format is animated series blending hip-hop, storytelling, and cultural narrative. Season length, full first season, number of episodes is 12. Audience, youth and young adults, 18 to 44 is who we're target marketing. Urban professionals, culturally engaged community. Reach, guaranteed distribution slots through TV and cable networks, the CW, Cox, Sinclair Digital via the Val TV network. Differentiator, first of its kind, cultural animated series with direct hip-hop influence designed for both entertainment and educational community impact. So, sponsorships, opportunities. We are seeking minimum sponsorship of $250,000 partnership term, and that'll be for the full first season. Obviously, we have many different platforms, so depending on which platform offers the best situation, not just the largest audience, but the best audience for our goals, right? For our market. And we don't want to be spitting in the wind or swinging in the wind to 20 million people, but none of them like hip hop. If it's based upon the hip hop culture, right? So I'm gonna give y'all a quick example of an episode of Dose Reality TV. Let's get to this. It's pretty 17 minutes. I hope that y'all entertained. The last thing we're gonna get into is the documentary. The fuck you think you playing with that, boy? Itinerary.
All right, peep this. In this episode, you're going to see a YouTube deposition where Whack 100 forgets two things. One, his face got more craters than the moon. And two, the golden rule. The internet is always undefeated. Let's get into this episode.
Man, you talking about, nigga, we come from an era before this telling shit, it was on site. Before this telling shit, somebody might have tried to come do something to me, and you know, they got intercepted and it went how it went.
What they think you was lining him up. I'm like, what? No, That was Wack's friend.
What you think? That's my man. Luce my man. Right or wrong, he going for Wack and Wack going for him. Hey, listen to me. I lined this bitch ass up day one because he came to line me up.
Wait, what?
Nigga, did you know that I can see you?
The fuck you think you playing with?
Hey, who was that? That was what?
Real shit.
Yeah. Loose cannon and Wack.
Do you know who Wack 100 is? Well,
We know he not a day one from his section. Go stream that section by Yael featuring Joe Moses and Coyote. That's real.
A lie will never outrun the truth. So, the truth can never be considered disrespect. I got a Burbank Police Department report. Very interesting. Very interesting. We're going to do a read. This dude, Jay Reed, at the end of the day, I didn't address this before. My name ain't Loose Cannon. I don't know you like that. I wasn't in jail with you. I don't know you. I don't communicate with you.
You know what I mean? I just think like when people don't understand business.
You don't have to say anything no more. 6 I'm a break his face when I see it. Yeah, cause yeah, I'm gonna break his face when I see him. Really? Weird. I'm like, oh, what's coming?
A lie ain't gonna never outrun the truth. So the truth can never be considered disrespect. I let it be known. I only know one Jay Reed. He from Inglewood.
So we're going to fast forward that. Y'all ain't got to watch the whole thing, but it was just a demonstration so they can understand what this series is going to be like, because this one is the next one after the children education
Disrespect
series.
Hold up. I'll give y'all a slight. Then you to talk to God about it. In shoes.
Music and storytelling. So the mission statement is to the right of Active Chuck's charitable org. You can go to the website and check that out, which includes providing social services needed within our community, food, shelter, jobs training, and computer literacy classes. Combating racial injustices, bringing awareness. See, this is what we were talking to Dr. Melanie about, right? So not only are we identifying the problem and chipping at each issue with different methods to approach it and conversating about new methods, which might be the most effective. We are actually coming with solutions. This is the Damu Kiwe conversations. Anybody can complain about the problem, but who cares enough to actually put together a plan to combat these injustices? Yeah. It's by educating the community on the seriousness of mental health illness, bringing awareness to racial injustices, researching data about long-term effects of Willie Lynch syndrome, then educating the community about our mission to seek damages, public safety and gang intervention, voter registration, and bringing awareness to physical and sexual abuse, right? The problem: define the social issue your charity addresses, use data, stats, and this is what we do. Lack of strong male role models in our community, the generation gap between the YNs and the UNCs and OGs, over 2 unarmed U.S. citizens are unalived daily by law enforcement. Over 2, bro. 2 people today are going to be unarmed, United States citizens, unalived by law enforcement in the United States. 25% of students' homes are lacking the finances for school supplies. So we do the back to school supply drive annually. And then California's homelessness and food insecurity is at record high. So we got, if you hit this one, you have the interview with Draymond Green and Dayon Henley at the sports camp. We won't even go through that one. If you go to Active Chuck's overturn qualified immunity, we can
What if
go
you were
here real
prepared for
quick
all those interview
because Active
curveballs?
Chuck's charitable org leads the charge to overturn qualified immunity on the West Coast. And I think my brother G was a real big participant at this event. Las Vegas, brother Master, Uncle Master, Black Cocaine,
Dude, Sam, the time. I'm back with my boy Cudahy, Katie, Street Riders, Northtown. You know what I'm saying? My boy Dollar, North Las Vegas, Street Riders. Why don't you tell them a little bit about what y'all do in the community out here in Vegas?
Well, what we do every year, we feed the community. We raise toys. Soul Brothers come out. They do a picnic. We take toys out there. We do our thing.
So they'll
pretty
be
much
able
all
to
around.
see this initiative to end qualified immunity, overturn the federal law, which essentially creates a second-class citizen by holding police to a higher standard to be convicted of wrongful death as opposed to a U.S. citizen. And that's because they are connected to and are proxies of the state and therefore proxies of the federal government. You can go here, the back to school supply drive. You'll be able to see we do this annually.
And I just have to have
This was in Las
mentality and
Vegas
mindset.
at the Pierce Community Center, where we passed out over 500 backpacks. And it's out here, man. And we out here from 8 to 1. So we already out here. Pull up, Active Chuck Charitable or do sales. So being able to see the look on those children's face is worth more than any money I could ever have, because they know they're going to need that for their education. We doing this annually. This is one of the programs that that is part of our itinerary. Also, the Feed the Homeless. Let's get to this. On Skid Row, downtown Los Angeles.
Free radicals are everywhere. Protect yourself against them with Palm.
Barbecue.
Everyone said I'd have to leave my job to earn a marketing degree. Everyone except WGU.
They'll be able to go see us actually.
Harold has metastatic prostate
interview. I
cancer.
want to watch
But like
this.
you,
This is
Harold
so
has stuff to
powerful.
do. He takes
$1
New
million
Becca.
buildings in downtown LA, and then to see the filth of Skid Row, bro. That's Tent City. You know what I'm saying? The homeless pandemic is at all-time highs, and we'll get into those statistics.
COINTELPRO
as we
gonna get
continue to
you,
go
dude.
down.
They just
But
gonna
this
have
is
to
the
give me
Feed the
then.
People initiative.
I'm saying,
And I'm
today
proud.
is the 6th, Labor Day. We in South Central Los Angeles in the neighborhood. I done got my peoples together. We done all contributed. We're gonna feed the people.
I thought I was
today.
in witness protection. Move.
Downtown Los Angeles on Skid Row.
No, I
I'm really
told you to go over
excited to first of all be coming straight from here where we're at right now.
Over there.
And the lifestyle that I live, tearing down my community, it feels really, really exciting to be doing something positive.
You say
Good
you
night.
really love your
Salute, bro.
people. Well, I love mine, and I'm going out my way, sacrificing my time, taking a class to get a food handler permit. I'm taking out of my time for my people. So, yeah, I definitely think it's worth it. So, I took the food handler class online, took it out of my time. When I'm doing all kind of marketing plans and sophisticated research, these people don't know that they're going to get a hot meal today, you know? But we're gonna provide them with that. And that's just gonna make another human being's life better today. And it ain't much, not to us. I mean, not to us, but to them that might mean the world to them. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be down here with the people, laughing, crying, you know, talking, communicating. We're social beings, man. Every human needs that. So besides the food and nourishment that we're providing, we're also going to be providing the nourishment of the soul, of the heart. You know what I'm saying?
G-Max, salute.
Active shots. You don't see what it is?
B-Roo, salute.
You can be part of the problem or part of the solution. I've been part of the problem. They finna go right there to the liquor store to get some black and mild. They probably getting some drink too. You know what I'm saying? This is a whole lot to be doing sober. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna light me up some kush in a minute. Cause I'm gonna have a good time with my people, man. You know, a lot of rappers, I ain't even got $1 million. I ain't even got $100,000. You know what I'm saying? But a priority for us was to make sure that the people knew
Because someone like me.
Les Browns and Active Chucks Entertainment care about the people. We're heavy in the community, standing for equality, economic independence, generational wealth, and just for the people. Baby, you can run up. Look at Lil Bone. Hit the switch, young Bone. Hit the switch. Come on. Yo, today, September 6th, Active Chuck presents Feed the People in collaboration with Lush Brows. Shout out Lush Brows for their donation, the time.
They call it a small business, but we know the hours and effort you've put in are anything but small.
The effort and for keeping my head, you know, when shit started getting crazy, we in the last minute, you know, we on nigga time right now. But for helping me keep my head together, today we gonna help somebody. And function on that type of energy, them type of vibrations, you reciprocate the same type of energy. And I just want to say, man, peace, blessings, and happiness to all of y'all. And we out here, Active Shots, Lush Browns. Shout out Jay Jonah, my pops. He did a lot today.
No, I know that.
Okay.
Oh, that's a fact.
All right, bro. This.
What's the saying? The
multi-million-dollar buildings.
Your network.
And then look what's at the bottom of them, bro. When we get there, it's crazy. They go to work at these $1 million buildings, the hypocrisy, bro. And they come outside and it's people who can't even afford a meal. You know what I'm saying?
This is crazy that I brought this up, but real quick, Lou from the Lou said, Deuce, you may not have it in hand, but your connection's worth much more, fam. Hey, Lou, you're 100% right. They say your network equals your net worth. And my network is extensive. I understand marketing and promotion and advertising. We live in a digital age. Everything is advertising.
That's kind of like why Yael even hang with me. He don't even like me. You know what I'm saying? Scandalous don't like me either. You know what I'm saying? That TD don't like me. You know what I'm saying? Dose of Reality TV, he love me. You know what I'm saying? Shalom to the brother. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas don't like me. They only hang around because I got plugs. You know what I'm saying? I'm the plug. Nah. Salute to all my brothers, man. They believe me, they support me, and they hang around because they believe in what we doing, man. You know what I'm saying? And you're 100% right. It is worth more. You know what I'm saying? And I don't got it in hand right now. Not saying I ain't gonna have it soon. Just look at what we talking about.
You can't afford an apartment.
Deontay Cobbin, salute. From the active chat. You know? The boys come through. And we gonna feed the people, man. Let me go through here, man. God bless you, brothers.
God bless you, brother.
We appreciate y'all coming out, man. We out here for y'all. I represent Active Chuck Charitable Organization. It's also an entertainment company. My future soon-to-be wife is CEO of Lush Brown. She came from Wisconsin. You understand what I'm saying? Because we can't depend on the government. We only can depend on the people. So y'all is the people, man.
Thank you, guys. God bless y'all for coming out helping us, man.
Hey, man, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Salute. We gonna get y'all some of this barbecue real soon. You know what I'm saying? Each one, so this one, teach one. So this is the Feed the People initiative on Skid Row. Doing that, implementing that annually, and then obviously the Cease for Peace. You go into the reasons and the problems, police shooting data, law enforcement. Hold on, let me let's close this out. 15% of civilians who experience police threat of or use of force during legal interventions are injured. 250,000, estimated 250,000 civilian injuries are caused by law enforcement officers annually. They're roughing the people and the U.S. citizens up. 250,000 people are injured by the police every year. Do you know what that breaks down to? Do you know how aggressive law enforcement has to be to injure civilians? More than 600 people are unalive by law enforcement in the U.S. each year. So you can get into all of the statistics by hitting that hyperlink. So anybody that's pitching to corporate sponsors, be able to access that way. Black children, 2-parent households, right? Let's get them lights now for so-called black people. Black is a misnomer. That's a color. That's a cipher. But I mean, melanated, carbonated people, our people, look like this. You know what I'm saying? Contrary to popular belief, 42% of black children live with 2-parent homes, compared to 70% of all children. So we still got about 28% disparity, but it's not as bad as they portray as far as black fathers not being in the household, etc. While 51% live with one parent, compared to 25% of all children. The reason why this is not well known may have to do with commonly repeated statistic regarding out-of-wedlock births, 70%, which only takes into account whether or not a woman was married at the time she gave birth. This, of course, does not factor in that many births take place to engaged or couples who are not yet married or who want to cohabitate indefinitely. And so then you can get into those statistics, and this is one of the reasons, because those statistics are still a disparity, we still got work to do. we want to accept less than better than average, right? So they'll be able to access those statistics. Kids in poverty, this was a CNN. Teachers often pay when their students can't afford basic supplies. Here's who's helping them. So it goes into here, and 25%, I think it is, 25% of students' families don't have enough money to provide the necessary school supplies to their children. And that's where we come in, try to help them make sure these kids are comfortable and have the tools they need to compete in corporate America once they are graduated and get to corporate America. Record high in homelessness in California. This is specifically in California. This is the only place I'm going to be getting a commercial building specifically for this. But the homeless, that's why we do the Feed the People, because of the homeless and the food insecurity. But it hits record high in California. It jumps dramatically in the rest of the U.S. So why it went up everywhere else, it broke records in California, and we're trying to chip at that. That we can't do it by ourselves, but we could do our part, you know what I'm saying, to get into that. And then the hunger and food bank reports about how many people live with hunger data research, educating what food insecurity is. I heard somebody just come back in. Oh, Savannah. Okay. Okay, you still with me, Savannah?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know where G went. Maybe he'll come back in soon. So it goes into the hunger, food insecurity, and those statistics. And this is the problem. And obviously, the Feed the People annually is one part of remedying that problem. So you have all of these different problems. The statistics show that pervade our communities. Where we don't come with any excuses. What we come with is solutions and being active, just like Active Chuck's ENT, Active Chuck's charitable org in the community to remedy those problems. That's what our services are providing. Then you get into racial disparities. Black Americans in jail against the population, about 15% or 12% of the population are expected to go into prison, and Black Americans, so-called Black Americans, share nearly 30% of that prison population. That means 30% of them are slaves. They have little. Remember when I was talking to the doctor and I asked her specifically about the disparity in prison? I asked her about 13 and all of that. That was because I already knew these statistics. It's no coincidence that after slavery, we're put in this situation over 100 and something years later, where even though, and on top of that, it's those 25% of the world's incarcerated prisoners are in the United States. United States, which is only 300 and something million people, holds the land of liberty, the land of the free, holds the most incarcerated human beings in the world. And a lot of those, a majority of those per capita are our people. That's not by coincidence, that's by design. Let's get back to it. To no rights under the 13th Amendment, there was a loophole that every man is created equal and should employ the constitutionally guaranteed rights unless convicted as a felon or as of a crime. And that's why a lot of us aren't, we are legally still being held into a slave-like situation. The relative likelihood of a white youth going into juvenile hall or jail is less than 2%. For black youth, it's closer to 6, almost triple. The median net worth for white households exceeds $160,000, closer to $170,000. For Black households in the U.S., the median net worth is below $50,000, right? So as a whole, we got a lot to do economically.
She
in
not
generating more money.
This
There's a
shit
lot of
wicked
room for growth
over here. That's
but
a
it's a sad where we stand right now.
Go on,
It's a sad
shotgun it, but
position
you
that
come
we
up. I
stand
want to
in.
hear what
And
question
then
you
as
want
far
to
as
ask.
education, those with a Black bachelor's degree or higher is at 40%, and amongst the Black labor force, we're less than 28%. So that's close and nearing close to doubling those educated that are in corporate America. That's education, judicial, as well as financially, we are not independent, and that's what we seek out for at Active Chuck's Charitable Org. The plan, to feed the people, y'all seen that. The plan, the back to school supply drive. The plan, in qualified immunity initiative. The plan, Seats for Peace, the 5K Peace Walk. The solution for minorities, mentally disabled, homeless. Those are the ones that benefit the uneducated, convicts, also in inner city communities abroad.
All right,
Impact so far, fed hot barbecue meals to over 600 homeless annually, distributed 500 backpacks and school supplies to students, leads the charge to overturn qualified immunity on the West Coast, partnerships or collaborations with New Champ Boxing Org and a New Champ organization, Val TV Network, Cox Sinclair Digital, and PCI TI.
All right, hold on. Before we get and go on, Shotgun, and yeah, the doctor, Dr. Melanie Gray has already left, but you had a question. What was the question you wanted to ask, bro?
Yo, salute, Dude Sims. My whole question was more similar to, you know what I'm saying, like her basically making it seem like it's not a demographic against us. And as you stated, it starts with poverty. And the first thing it starts with that I want to educate the show more on, if you give me a chance later on.
Go ahead, you got the flow, bro.
Oh yeah, later on in the future is if you on child support, bro, you getting scammed. A lot of people don't know that the state hires a lawyer that goes against under the bench. That's against the Constitution. A lawyer can't play law, practice law behind the bench. So that's the first violation I want fellas to take their heads to them. Also, it's designed to make the mother lead, because a woman leading the household is terrible. They know that. So at the end of the day, it's targeting the Black community, because most of our women sign up for welfare, unfortunately. So that's where it starts at, because ain't shit free. Also, at a woman that think you're doing something, the state takes 60 cents off every dollar. So you're agreeing with an 80-20 split, which is stupid to separate your family. And at the same time, fellas got to be more aware when I get paperwork that I'm sending Deuce and pull it up, show you fellas how I defeated it, how I sued them, how I don't pay child support. And I want to educate all men, because at the end of the day, it's a voluntary contract. And a lot of men don't know that.
Just like any commerce under this system.
Exactly.
Well, you make sure you send me that and back channel me on IG. I want to bring you up and have a whole segment specifically on that, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So what we gonna do is DM me, and then we'll go from there. We'll get on the phone and go from there, and I'll get those things, and we'll come back on and really interview you, and because it seems like you got a good understanding of how this country is functioning.
Yes, sir.
And I totally agree with you.
And I've been studying this shit. I've been studying shit 2019. I'm from upstate New York, Rochester, New York. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to give you kudos, because you made me study law. I knew the shit was unconstitutional. Something made me do it. It's a violation of the 14th and the 7th Amendment. The Bill of Rights is something that fellas should use. It's a lot. I can go into more. How they use res judicata to trick us. It's just a lot. You know, a lot of shit that I can educate people on. But It's really to help people, you know what I'm saying, understand that the system is against us and it was never meant for us to get ahead. You got COINTELPRO ass niggas like WAC 100 make you really look at the government like, shout out to all the scammers because we getting scammed. So what's the difference?
Right. Well, listen, bro, first and foremost, congratulations. You know what I'm saying? That was a home run.
Yeah, I was gonna eat her ass alive because I was gonna ask her, do a support magistrate have jurisdiction over me?
Well, we appreciate your comment and the education. We look forward to seeing you in the future. Let's get through this. We got about 40 more minutes, so I want to make sure we get through this. This is really, really deep. It's a blueprint for those who can call themselves Crips and Bloods, how they should be rocking their flags in 2025. Unless they cool with being part of one of these RICOs they coming up with on hoods every other week. So salute, King.
Salute, dudes. Appreciate you.
Growth trajectory is to raise distribution to 1,000 hot meals annually and 1,000 backpacks annually. That's not too far, just doubling what we're doing. Breakdown of the main initiatives, the funding model, donations, grants, sponsors, events. So let's start donations. I'm going to require that the interns assist with this. The donations, we have a lot of different emails from corporations and unique ways to fundraise and take donations as a nonprofit organization. You guys, I will make sure we turn over some of those ways, and we will utilize our presence on social media and TV to continue fundraising. Grants. I got a grant writer. I think G got the grant writer who will be doing the grant proposals for each one of these different events, which should secure financial stability for these events. Corporate sponsors, which we are seeking for as we seek for the Damu and Kiwe podcast, as we seek for the both animated cartoons, as well as the March Madness, which we'll get to next, the March Madness docu-musical, and then events. We will be doing events to fundraise. Those is to be determined. We will be real creative as a team, coming up with different ways to fundraise. Future sustainability plan, recurring donors, partnerships, etc. We definitely will be trying to solidify long-term support from those for the whole Active Chucks charitable org itinerary. We are also seeking another $250,000 specific use of funds to expand the programs, hire staff, and launch new initiatives. And sponsorship and partnership opportunities are $250,000. The team, founder, Lamonte Sims, that's me on Evening News, at the podium.
Phone died. It might die again. I'm trying to charge it, but it's not taking a charge fast enough.
I knew something was going on. Maria Jimenez, treasurer of the board of directors, and Shayna Glasson, my sister, she is the secretary of the board of directors. And then here's the information for those that are serious, and we will get those contracts going. We got a different thing for each one of those, because some sponsors might not want to necessarily, or might not be in a position to sponsor with $250,000. The grants might not be able to cover $250,000, right? So we break them down for those that want to donate tailor-made, fighting for accountability and justice. Here you see a picture of the Black Panthers, and this is to end qualified immunity, unchecked government power, and hold law enforcement accountable. With rising concerns over militarized policing and racially motivated policies under the Trump era. The initiative highlights the urgent need for checks and balances on government use of force against the people. Mission alignment. This initiative extends beyond direct service to systemic advocacy, ensuring community members not only receive support, but also gain a voice in demanding justice and accountability. Community impact.
We got
hosted an
three. We got to get one more.
Featuring Empire record rapper artist Chef Sean, including a live performance and interview to amplify the message. Organized an educational outreach event at the Pet Ranch in Henderson, Nevada, teaching kids about civic engagement, justice, and their right. Hey, bro, didn't you show up to the Pet Ranch when I did that event with them kids?
I'm gonna show y'all the
Maybe
video
his phone died again.
of that. Hold on, where is that video?
My phone tripping. What'd you say, bro?
Got it. Hold on.
When I did the in-qualified immunity for the kids at the Pet Ranch in Henderson, Nevada, didn't you show up?
No, I don't think I did. I don't remember, bro. That was in Vegas, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but in Henderson, it was the Pet Ranch. I got video footage. I'll show you and send you the video footage if necessary. So that's one of them. Let me close this one out so we don't have to hit that one again. Then you got this one, building unity and stopping violence. As a well-known gang member, as documented member, I've created a lot of alliances with so-called rival gang members in Los Angeles. Some of the head guys, whether you talk about Big U, Eugene Henley, working with Marion Suge Knight, who is currently incarcerated, and a whole bunch of names that we're going to protect the guilty and not mention on here because we back channel to try to put fires out before they even start. Now, we don't get no credit for that, no praises for that, and we don't do it for praises. We do it to save and give opportunities to these children who could be victims of gang violence, unnecessary gang violence. Right. So wherever we can put the fire out because of our recognition or reputable status, and we go the extra mile to do that. But sometimes shit happens, it gets out of our control, and those diplomatic communications break down. You know what I'm saying? But this is something that we're heavy about. We partnered with PCITI, which is the Policy Community and Intervention Training Institute, local intervention workers, and the Coalition for Change to host the Cease for Peace 5K Peace Walk. The event united residents of Compton and Los Angeles, creating a space for healing, unity, and nonviolence. This initiative aligns with Active Chuck's broader mission of empowering underserved communities by addressing safety, unity, and systemic change. Community impact made the evening news coverage showcasing the positive narrative of community-led solutions. We mobilize diverse people, activists, families, and intervention specialists in a shared stand against gun violence and systemic division. Build stronger bridges between street intervention workers and community members, reinforcing the messages that peace begins locally. Establish the Cease for Peace Walk as this is our future goal, to establish the Cease for Peace Walk as an annual tradition, expand to other high-need cities across the nation, not just California, across the nation, and to also integrate youth mentorship and resource fairs alongside the Peace Walk. One thing we have to do is keep these kids active, proactively focus on their health, and the Road to Zambia dance curriculum definitely is congruent with that objective, right? Let's close this one out. And we'll get to this. So each one of these that I'm showing you as part of the charitable, the annual itinerary can be donated to in its individuality. Some people might not agree to end qualified immunity because they support law enforcement and they believe that's the best way. But they do believe that education is key, so they might want to donate to or sponsor the annual school supply and backpack giveaway, right? So, and here it goes in collaboration with newchamp.org, help bring the Fun Ukraine boxing event to life at the Westgate Hotel and Casino. Headlined by Kevin Newman and Hector Zepeda to champion education and inspire support. We partner with Val TV Network, the CW Network, Las Vegas, Channel 33, and the is it King County School District or Clark County School District? I think it's the King County. And we distributed over 500 backpacks filled with school supplies at the Pearson Community Center, champion education for minority students, reducing barriers to school readiness. Our future goal is to expand the drive to multiple cities. We don't want to just do Las Vegas and Los Angeles. We need to have this in as many cities as possible. So for us to expand that networking, researching, and working with other nonprofits, that's one of the missions that interns will also be on, doing that research and contacting those. Our future goal is to expand the drive to multiple cities, double distribution to 1,000 plus backpacks annually, and build long-term partnerships with schools and corporate sponsors. So we got that one. And then the Skid Row, we already seen and went through that one in its entirety. Yeah. And the last thing as part of this drive is the docu-musical. So this is my life work based on my life story. And let me get into this and go through this as fast as possible. So at the Chus ENTs, Do Sims, hashtag March Madness docu-musical, from trauma and to triumph, the untold story of survival, mental health, and redemption. It highlights mental health advocacy, mental health illness, and our advocacy thereof. A gritty docu-musical exploring the turbulent life of Lamonte Sims, Do Sims Sr., from childhood trauma, gang survival and incarceration, to redemption through hip-hop and mental health advocacy. Why this story matters, mental health focus. It highlights PTSD, trauma, and resilience in marginalized communities. That's huge because in our community, especially among Black men, our male bravado, sometimes our pride gets in the way of admitting that one may not be so strong in a certain area. Me, I have no problem telling you I can F somebody up and end up in jail tomorrow if I lose control and black out. That's a problem. It's a problem because I got responsibilities. It's a problem because I could hurt somebody who doesn't understand that this problem. And so I look at it as opposed to G might be better at doing pull-ups than me, right?
Right.
Admitting that I'm not as strong at doing pull-ups, he might have to help lift me after I do 3 or 4 so that I could finish a set of 10. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually I'm going to be able to do sets of 10 independently. I just need that help. And who knows, when it comes to doing dips on the dip bar, I might be more stronger in that area than he is. So being able to admit that and getting over the pride is kind of taboo in our community, mental health as a whole. But also, even when people do find the courage to admit that they're not as strong and might need some help in this area, knowing what resources are available. That's our job. You know what I'm saying? To bring that message. The untold history, the origin of the Bloods, the Brim specifically, which is the pre-Crips era, before the Crips even started. It's never been told on a grand scale. Most people don't understand it. I'm in a unique position, being my father is the oldest living Fruitown Brim member. So him, his crew, and the LA Brims, who started as an organization, not a gang, to patrol and control their areas against racism and or oppression, right? And how it's spent out of control. And that same organization is the founders of the coalition today known as the Blood, right? So the stories also living through the gang subculture in the 80s and 90s of Los Angeles. Entertainment and education, fusion of documentary realism with musical storytelling, and then the social impact creates awareness around the systemic issues. Foster care. I went through foster care. You also went through that. You know what I'm saying? The gang violence, we already mentioned that. The trauma from prison. I'm talking about literal death, suicide, right? Prison riots and stabbings and violence, not to mention the regular fights, but just a high level of that. The format, the docu-musical series is 6 episodes. The documentary narration, it will be narrated by Scandalous Los Angeles TV. It includes reenactments. I can show y'all some and we'll show y'all some at the conclusion of this. Musical storytelling sequences. Me and the hip-hop artists Tank Low, Bad Seed, seen on this picture, have put together the soundtrack to my life. You know what I'm saying? So that these music visuals take you there when you're going through the stories. It's dope as hell. Key expert commentary, Dr. Howard Askins, MD, mental health analysis. If you hit the hyperlink, they'll be take you straight to Howard Askins' website.
Yeah.
He's a medical group providing psychiatric care located in Pasadena,
I can't say
California.
too many, but I have noticed
Askins
that, brother.
Psychiatry is led by the renowned Harvard-educated psychiatrist Howard Askins, MD, JD Commissioner of the Los Angeles County Mental Health Commission since 1996, right? He's been in practice for over 20 years and as an accomplished physician, forensic psychiatry expert, and a community leader. His practice is office-based, though he does offer a spectrum of psychiatric, including treatment in the hospital. So they'll be able to go see and learn about this highly educated brother, right? Who specializes in mental health and being able to educate on the resources available and the authenticity of this story, as it's based on true events with first-hand narration by Deuce Sims. Bro, we got documents, Freedom of Information Act documents, actual paperwork, medical reports of victims that are stabbed, not to brag about the old gang life that I live, but for validation amongst the youth to know how real it is and how real my problem with mental health goes. You understand what I'm saying? So, so when you see that level of violence as a consistent narrative, and then to see where I walk today, advocating for help through mental health, it helps to give credence to the intent, the cause, and the movement, right? The story arc, you can hit this, and it goes into Deuce Sims. This is my EPK, electronic press kit. If they want any of my music, they go to email, SoundCloud, Spotify, YouTube, They could click on any one of those TikTok Active Chuck, see anything, the biography. South Central Los Angeles native Du Sims got to start performing in the Best in the West, which was sponsored by 92.3 The Beat and Budweiser. His aggressive gangster flow, raspy voice, and lyrical capabilities grabbed the attention of music mogul L.A. Reid and later Stan Shepard. Du Sims parlayed this notoriety into recording and publishing Still I Live mixtape, generating a buzz which led to dozens of performances and walkthroughs around Southern California. Snatching international fame, Du Sims went viral with the street anthem Hit Your Bremen record. Following success with Meet Me in the Set off the Gang Time Volume 6 mixtape, and that was by the rap artist The Game, and the rock and R&B infused Light Up, featuring Brianna Merritt, exhibiting his versatility and storytelling skills. As CEO of his Active Chuck's imprint, he is executive producing a docu-musical highlighting his life story, including the soundtrack, which is guaranteed to breathe air back into the lungs of the West Coast hip-hop scene. Let's get to that real quick. We'll get into this video. I hope y'all pay attention because some of the reenactments are within this video. I think it's 3 or 4 based on the true life story of Du Sims. Oh yeah, I got a show like that. Hold on. All right. So we almost at the conclusion. Bear with us. We're gonna go through this video and conclude this meeting. After a couple more details. Hit that like button. Wait, what happened?
I got a piss. Hold
on. I don't know. What do you mean?
Bro, I don't know what happened. Hold on. Let me go.
You the mayor. You looking nuts.
I don't know what happened. I gotta reset it or something. I don't know. But
what's up, son?
The video was. The video
I'm cooking macaroni and cheese, honey, hot honey,
do that
barbecue, lamb, and some salad. Where's your sister at?
Here we go.
Why is the door open? Yes, baby. What'd you but daddy me for? You ain't say hi to me, hug me, or nothing. Well, I'm calling you. Where you at? How's your? What's wrong?
Who I was, I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back, I'm gone. I remember who I was, I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back, I'm gone. If you understand it like that, you know where I'm coming from. If you understand it like that, you know where I'm coming from.
Loyalty, disloyalty, been with this shit toiletry, beef with Crips warrior, I keep a 6 Sawyer, In the mix, culinary, my whip game legendary. Mix procaine with that cocaine, profits necessary. Never snitch while kids get seduced by Miss Piggy. Say my Merca trill nigga wearing some skinnies. Claim real. Have you ever faced the L for a body? You know you didn't kill and didn't squill on anybody. Have your shirt been stained by the blood of homie slain? Nigga, you play ball with. Try imagining my pain. 10 weights. Your man mom fingers you to blame. Sin without your influence, her son that never bang.
Remember who I was. I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back. I'm gone. I remember who I was. I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back. I'm gone. Light up, if you understand it, light up, you know where I'm coming from. Light up, if you understand it, light up, you know where I'm coming from.
I suffer physical abuse. I'm no stranger to violence. Hung my forefathers on nooses. Cops harass without conscience. Fuck them bastards. Racial profile. Racial tensions arising.
So that's
just
the
SoCal.
police
The rain, Missouri,
harassing
y'all
and planting
protest.
drugs
Where
on
we
the
go
news.
now, lost
So
hope.
watch
Find
this.
evidence suggests
That's
children
one to
education
reenact.
inferior. Rich kids
That
get the
actually
best.
happened to
Might
me.
sound bitter. Truth is, all I want is success. For Junior and my sister kids, sacrifice my last breath. Seeking progress and change. Maybe a permanent address. They'll call home knowing that worse. They have a workplace in West. Is it wrong being black or being born with less into a dysfunctional family? Bloodlines a train wreck.
Remember who I was. I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back. I'm gone. I remember who I was. I'm not going back where I started from. Don't look back. I'm gone. Light up, if you understand it, light up, you know where I'm coming from. Light up, if you understand it, light up, you know where I'm coming from.
Then the crib shooting at the young dude. That happened. I took on my life by the crib. And also another story. Leave
You
performing in
understand
Hollywood.
it, light up, you know where I'm coming from.
And then the police attempt on my life.
Let me hear that second verse.
While I was still a teenager, right? So the light up, that's how you see those live reenactments. Some of those live reenactments are actually edited into the docu-musical. That song is also edited into the docu-musical. So wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Let me go back over here to bring that back up, the March Madness docu-musical. So where we were at, I think that was, oh yeah, so that was that. Boom. So they able to find that through, oh, y'all can't see. Let me show the screen. So we go back to the March Madness PowerPoint presentation. But that was the EPK. Everything that they need, all of the information that they need is held within this. So Dr. Howard asking, they could go here in the story arc and go into each one of those, how it's situated, marketing, audience in the market is hip hop culture, urban communities, and social justice advocates. This is who we're targeting. Secondary is mainstream docuseries fans, like people who just love docuseries, Netflix, Hulu, HBO Max. Tertiary, mental health professionals, educators, and youth organizations. Comparable success stories are Straight Outta Compton with NWA story, Rhythm and Flow, which ended up winning awards, and then 13, right? Strategic marketing plan, a multi-platform launch, docuseries, and soundtrack release, partnerships, mental health organizations, hip-hop influencers, which I'm blessed to have a few that I've worked with over the time, and I have long-term friendships, not just business work and relationships, which we have with them also. We'll be able to utilize at a very great discount, might I add, social media campaign, the hashtag March Madness movement, awareness around trauma, resilience, and healing through music, and equity growth. We'll be able, for merchandising, do Sims, everything, March Madness, everything, live performances. I told y'all before about the upcoming tour, which isn't completed, right? But we already have done a lot of research, got a lot of different venues that we'll be reaching out to and lining up. And then speaking engagements. Speaking engagements specifically, we got one at Cal State Poly in May. So we got to get all of this done, release everything before March. This is the time frame we're on for the docu musical March Madness. The speaking engagements will be at Cal Poly with a sociology majors, and they want to know more about the culture, my life, kind of how that studying Tupac's mind state in Stanford, and I think also Harvard. Don't quote me on exactly which universities. This is beginning the conversation of mental health, especially from those who come from the gang subculture in Los Angeles, particularly me on this one. Revenue streams will be streaming and distribution deals. We have multiple different outlets and communications, not just through Val TV network with Sinclair Broadcasting for TV and cable through Cox Media, but we also have connections with in indie, how do you say that? Indie film distribution, right? That's Tubi, everything. They got distribution with Amazon Prime, everything except Netflix. And then I do have a connection with a friend who has her two documentaries on Netflix. It was, what was her name? I forgot the name of her documentary on Netflix.
Documentary
that was the ask. We're asking for $2.5 million. That's either through a loan like that, and utilizing the equity and valuation of this film, either through a loan, either through, because it's mental health, grants and or donations, or through corporate sponsorships, right? Now, mind you, if we're going to be doing tours, we're going to be going to speaking engagements and speaking with these students, that's primarily where we're going with this, as well as rap concerts, music concerts with artists that I have relationships with. Each one of those flyers, so say one venue we got was where I was performing in Hollywood, Club Bahia. Club Bahia holds 800 people, right? So for it's standard as a promoter, if it holds 800 people, you have to pass out 3 times as many flyers, right, for that event. So you're saying 2,400 flyers will be passed out at the local community colleges and universities, beauty salons, barber shops throughout Los Angeles for that venue alone, as well as promotions of that event through social media on the ETE platform, the Damu Kiwe podcast, Facebook's, Twitter, social media for each one of those, as well as the influencers involved with. I'm doing co-managing right now for rapper Doggy Style. I manage Yael, another performer. Tiny Draws with consultation services, him and Criticality. Ty Dolla $ign, my friendship and relationship with him, and Joe Moses, both platinum artists, is Corrupt, one of my closest friends from the Dog Pound, Snoop Dogg and the Dog Pound. So we have a lot of different pieces that we're going to have to bring into play to maximize the effect that we have, bringing the message, as well as maximizing the monetization process. Investor return on investment, revenue sharing model via soundtrack sales, distribution of the film, and licensing, right? Impact on the return of investment, the cultural influence, the social justice relevance, the mental health advocacy recognition, right? The team, so far you have Lamonte Dusim Sim Sr. In my persona, as well as an artist and performer, then and CEO artist, and then you got Active Chucks Entertainment as a production company. You have Dr. Howard Askins, MD, doing the mental health, and then you got industry, music, and film partners through Val TV and our strategic alliance with them. Thank you. This is not just a story about gang life. It's a story about survival, mental health, and redemption. Through hip-hop and storytelling, we break cycles and we build bridges. This is the pitch. Took 2 hours to get through it. Obviously, we're going to target market mental health for these. I got a list of corporations and companies that donated last year to mental health, and even how much they did donate to mental health. This is what we're going to need presented in communications between our interns and them, spreadsheets which documents the contact, who they spoke to, the context of the conversation with these companies, and whether or not they believe continuing conversation with these companies or these corporations, it behooves us moving forward, or just at this time, sometime it might be, well, we usually come up with who we donating to by June, and if we're contacting them in October or November next year, it'll be in our interest to reach out before June to try to get
another thing, Deuce, is around, we need to start now with our 501c3, because around, I want to say December, I think it's November or December. It might be December. I think it's December, where there's donations given to all organizations. We just got to file it. I'll get with Jules and see when that is so we can jump on that immediately, because we got all of this ready. I got everything for the dance program ready. But you know what, though? I was looking at this. Though we are like we're partners, I think I need a deck. I need a deck like this just for the school system and everything that brings, so that way I can tie into this expanding the performing arts opportunity. Because you are expansion. You dealing in all the entertainment, the different states that we dealing with. You know what I'm saying? The rapping, the music aspect of everything, and that's another big piece in our performing arts charter. And again, we are the only charter performing arts school. There is none so far. So yeah,
hey, bro, that's no, you're 100% right. I thought I sent you the dude thing yesterday. Let me make sure, because if I didn't, then I'm gonna make sure I send it I make sure I send it because that's what I got that for. Yeah, bro. Maybe I sent it to G Money. Boom. Oh, it didn't go through. I did send it, bro. It didn't go through. I don't know why these
What you
things
got?
don't go
What you
through.
sending? What you sending it to?
But well, I'm just gonna screenshot it. So because all it really is the dude's information on Fiverr. So that dude that did mine, be able to do your school shit, your whole school curriculum,
what's the deal,
and
bro?
put it into a PowerPoint and a pitch deck. You seen how good he was with mine, and all you need to get everything irrelevant. So say on my pitch deck, you see specific how every hyperlink took you to events, to what we did. Bro, you was on the news. I didn't even show the stuff where we was on the news. Let me get to that real quick because that was for the nonprofit, right? So,
Yeah, I was on Good Morning America too.
Exactly, bro.
And we did a video shoot. We got yeah, I got a bunch of shit.
Bro, all of that information has to be compressed and presented because this ain't something you're striving to do. This is something you've already excelled at doing. You know? It's a difference when I want to start this. It's really hard for people to take a bet on people if they haven't already had some level of success, right? You and yourself, this is what you do. This is what you've been doing. You know what I'm saying? You've had success at a certain level already doing this enough that you were able to get on. So this is the website for Active Chuck's charitable org. Maria, there go the Chef Sean.
Marjay, yeah, it's long.
Hey, Chef Sean do he be battle rapping?
Nah. Chef Sean is a commercial rapper Dallas, and an actor. He played in Jason Lyrics. You remember the light-skinned kid in Jason Lyrics?
Yeah.
Well, that was him. He ended up.
It's only
he do his numbers. His single out right now with Jeremiah.
Hitting that light.
He always do his numbers. But let's go to this
death of George Floyd and that guilty verdict of Derek Chauvin in Minneapolis yesterday could certainly change the face of law enforcement all across the country. Here in Los Angeles, a coalition of peacekeeper organizations is offering alternatives to community policing. Good evening.
Remember the doctor was talking about the group wants how we got to stop unaliving each other, and we talking about the police unaliving us, and the main thing she did was deflect. Our people have that so bad. It's so cowardly because we're quick to want to hold ourselves accountable when the judicial system proves that it holds us accountable when we do stupid shit like that. But as soon as we start saying holding the government accountable, holding dirty police accountable, it's a deflect. It's about, it's just saying about black people. And that's an indoctrination of self-hate. To not focus, you got to be insane when self-preservation is our nature. To react to such a statement or a subject like that was such a statement, man. That is crazy. Let's go.
To serve as a resource for city leaders
we
as they
already
try to work
working on
through
that.
the
That's what I
issues
was
within
trying to
their
tell
own
her.
neighborhoods. NBC4's Jonathan Gonzalez explains how this would work.
We're together today because we've been together.
In the ongoing fight against systemic racism, a new coalition of Southern California organizations believes that change must come from within.
We've been doing the work. And we demand to be
Shout out
included
to La
in the
Raza.
process.
The new group is
Shout out to La Raza. Look at Tank Low, Active Chuck's ENT. Shout out to La Raza. This is Los Angeles. Intervention workers and grid workers and everybody that's intervention isn't grid. I'm not grid. I don't get a grid check. It'll help a lot, but I don't get a grid check. Right? But intervention workers, we've been doing the work. Did y'all hear what he said? We've been doing the work. So where is this? Oh, it still needs to stop. That's like a dog chasing its tail. We can't keep citing this problem as the major problem with our situation when it all derives from finances. We got to be able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, right? Multitask, you know what I'm saying? So why we do have this, salute to all of them brothers, developing options also. Salute to all of those organizations that are part of the new coalition pushing for change in our communities, man. I know y'all don't get the credit, PCI, TI, T-top, roof, no leak. You know what I'm saying? I really applaud you brothers. You brothers are the examples of what it takes, what it looks like for those who really care about their community and who are actually putting in the work and not just an opinion, not just talking and complaining about the problem, actually part of the solution. Salute to them kings, man. Strong Black and Mexican brothers in Los Angeles. Lead, brother, lead.
Called the Southern California LA Peace Builder Collective. It's made up of more than 30 organizations doing work on the ground every day in underserved communities.
There's an old saying,
salute.
if you don't like the outcome,
Brother
you got to change
Bashir,
the input.
salute.
That's
I don't
exactly
know how
what
to
we're
do
here
it,
to do
kid. The
today.
barber showed
Akil
me.
Bashir is founder of the Professional Community Intervention Training Institute,
PCI,
which has been
that's
working with
in
the
my
LAPD
pitch
for
deck.
years
That's
on
what
how
I'm
to better
partnering with,
respond
bro.
in communities of color.
You've got individuals in there that keep on doing things that end up creating a negative
I remember him.
You have got to change what that relationship looks like.
Yesterday, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced more funding to hire civilians called peacemakers to respond to certain types of calls.
Whenever we've had grid workers, that there's been a 40% further drop in crime than just having police officers working on their own.
They need to be trained by professionals.
Did y'all hear the mayor saying, this was Channel 4 news, but we was on all the news channels, period. 7, there's that news van again. This was a press conference in Los Angeles. These are the voice. These are the people making change. But he said up under the grid, violence dipped down 40%, almost in half. And they took Big U up out this situation. What a recipe for disaster. Y'all don't give a fuck about them kids. Let's go.
In the community who are training experts who know the community.
The Southern California LA Peace Builder Collective wants to serve as a go-to source for city leaders who want to better
I see T-Top right there. I recognize his head.
Maybe
hey, bro, when we went to that Rick Ross album release party, I walked in with my gun.
Maybach Music and
yeah,
that was with my boy Black Cocaine. And
hey, but look, I ain't give a fuck who that nigga was, nigga. Hey,
just for the record, my brother G is licensed to carry his gun, so that's the difference.
I pushed that nigga so hard.
We in Vegas, right?
Like I put it in.
So that concludes the presentation. This is an opportunity for our interns to first and foremost network and connect and have access to such resources to be a part of this change. You see what it says on the syndicated news. It was the evening news on every channel. I could show you channel 4, channel 7, ABC News, channel 5, KTLA News. We are the ones in the community who are chipping at the problems that we got. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither are the problems in our community going to cease to exist in one day. But this is a continuum, not a start, a continuum of what we've already done. That's why you do need the pitch deck. But with your pitch deck, it needs to be a part of the overall thing because you have these other resources at your disposal, right? Anything that Active Check Charitable Org has, to offer towards the education of children, specifically the Road to Zambia and its curriculum within dance, performing arts, and education, right? We the charter school in itself is transformative. I could be successful and make $10 billion off of everything that I got going on.
Mute
And it
up, bro.
still won't be as effective as installing educational independence as is what the success of your charter school will do. You know what I'm saying? This might have temporary effect for 2 years, 3 years in changing the climate within the community, right? Carving out cancer, right? And that change is definitely huge. But the charter school and curriculum that's designed by Road to Zambia is a change and a transformative change that will affect the children who go through your program for probably the next 50 to 100 years, as if it's successful. So I do believe that it in itself has a higher ceiling, not for money growth and a business perspective within ourselves, but in teaching economic independence, in the teaching education and independent education, independent of this country and their curriculum, right? The unique way that you're teaching. I believe that all of that will eventually have more long-lasting effect and continue to carry with children as they continue to go. So now, not only are they prepared for corporate America to compete in corporate America once they graduate high school or once they graduate the charter school and curriculum you got, but they are socially conscious. They are spiritually healed. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about this trauma, dance is a language that helps, that's therapeutic.
Yeah, it's a language in itself. Yep.
Right.
It's a universal language in itself.
Everybody don't got the soul and
No.
the drum and the motherland. You know,
but it's a language that everyone understands. You may not know how to speak it, but you definitely understand it. You could get a person that don't know how to dance and see a routine and everybody's crying because of that routine, you know?
Right. And you know what's crazy? I think that what we'll be able to add more money, I'm going to trademark the documentary once it's complete, right? And some of the traumatic things that's in the March Madness documentary, I want dances to be formed for Broadway plays. It's a docu-music. So just as you have Hamlet or these other plays, I also want this hip-hop docu-musical to be on Broadway.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Arts. So, and it's so emotional. When you guys see the documentary in its entirety, you'll better understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it be written up as a script specifically for that, and then trademark
a whole bunch of upcoming events for next year.
If they go, if they are licensed. But anything else you want to add, or the beautiful Shavana? Anything you want to add?
Any questions or anything?
Hey, no, get over there.
No, but that was a great presentation.
You know what you'll be doing though? Like, so just real quick, Zeus, to go over the purpose of, you know, this is the core starting off, even though we got different components working it. You know, our job is basically to build a team, right? Like the intern team that we have. Build a team and then just attack the resources that we have.
And that's what we're going to be doing. So I wanted to have this conversation with y'all. I already had it with the team, and this is what we on. We'll be signing some interns up. We got one already. We'll be signing some others up. will get to be able to train, participate as part of Active Chuck's Entertainment and Active Chuck's charitable organization in executing the business plan. But the execution starts with securing the finances, whether grants, corporate sponsors, etc., as specified on each one of the PowerPoint pitch deck, and making it a reality, just like we did previously, bringing that and making it an annual thing, and hopefully this blueprint being shared get Crips and Bloods, GDs, Blackstones, Latin Kings in different communities to start requiring the exact same thing from within their community. It's just what we're doing is just a chip at the old glacier, right? But when you get 1,000 people or 1,000 communities chipping at it, organizing, it builds such camaraderie, it builds a village, it builds strength, economically, communication, and it broadens the network for business. So hopefully, though, this will be exactly how the standard of repping your red flag or your blue rag or whatever you representing in your community, or just your blackness in the community, and people start implementing. Oh, well, 2026, I seen how Due Sims did it. I'm finna do it out here in Oklahoma. I'm finna do it in upstate New York. And that's what we gonna do. Irizzy iRock, salute. What up, bro? You could unmute.
What's poppin', GG? What's goody, Dundada?
Oh man, I'm blessed, man. Where you at with it?
Where I'm at with it? I'm in Rhode Island. I'm in Rhode Island, Dundada. Respect to what you're doing, Dundada. Providence?
You in?
Yeah.
Rhode Island? Providence? Yeah. I've been to Providence, bro. You know, my boys is out in Roxbury. They out there gang thick. My African partners, you know.
Yeah.
They up there, and during COVID, they was shut down, but Rhode Island was still open. So we went to go party in Rhode Island out there and had a ball. We were the wave. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. So okay. So how long you been following the Damu Kiwe conversation?
I just ran it. I honestly, I won't even lie. When I first, like a couple days ago, I asked to come up on a panel and shit like that. That's the first time I ran into it, and I was seeing, and I respected what you was doing. I respect what you got going on and shit like that. So I wanted to have a conversation with you, you know what I'm saying? Just so we could have dialogue, or you know what I'm saying, get acquainted, so you could, you know what I'm saying. Once you get acquainted, then you could, you know what I'm saying, we get a little bit more trust. You probably will fuck with me a little bit more. I fuck with you, what you got going on, because you're doing it for the youth. You know what I'm saying? I would love to elaborate on it too, Dada, because you do it the way you speak, Dada, you do it for the youth and shit like that, but it don't gotta be about no colors. You don't gotta see the colors, you don't gotta see things. It's children out there that ain't got no dads. It's children out there that ain't got nobody to look up to. It's children out there that ain't no father figure in the household, regardless of the fact. It doesn't matter what they are, Dada. They could be Asian, white, Cambodian, black, Mexican, Spanish, Latino. It doesn't matter. All that shit's out the way, Dada, because we all in the same system, and we all coming through the same. They trying to manipulate us, so we could stay without no role models. You know what I'm saying? They take the role models for us, they keep us stupid, they keep us on autopilots, so we become slaves without even being slaves, without even acknowledging what we're doing, you know what I'm saying? And we never acknowledge life. So I respect everything you was doing, and you know what I'm saying? I got a lot of the way that I move, the way that I try to teach people, because I try to tell people that you gotta build your own pyramids, you gotta build your own pyramids, you gotta do your own million-man march, you gotta stay here, you gotta stay righteous, you know what I'm saying? Because God all chose us, because we're here in this world, so God chose us to be here regardless of the fact, so God chose you because He knew He could trust you. But people think that they're not kings, and they're not queens. Everybody's a king, everybody the queen, everybody a god, but you gotta turn Super Saiyan, get articulate, you know what I'm saying? Take that literature down and understand the philosophy to understand what you got going on in this cold, dirty world. The world's mean, Dada, so the world's trying to take, the world's already mean outside, Dada. So Sims, I respect what you got going on. So that's the first time I actually ran into your channel. You know what I'm saying? I heard that you sent the link, but I happy to ask you for it. I guess you sent the link a little left. I left. That's why yesterday I was on your heels like, yo, send the link. I heard you send the link yesterday, so send the link. You know what I'm saying? So I was just trying to get acquainted, Dada. I know I was getting on your nerves yesterday.
No, because how it comes, I usually go live when I got the content. So we don't always let people up because it'll throw off the flow of the content. It be in chronological order how I'm going to run through the thing. You know what I'm saying? So just because you asked, I didn't know who you were, and no one could demand to come up to my platform when I already have something else. I make money. This is a business. You understand what I'm saying? So, but whenever we do have the opportunity, especially when you're trying to dialogue with the others, that's one of my objectives, to always be a student of life and to continue to build up dialogue and conversation, because what that does, it begets more conversation, it begets more dialogue, and the more people begin to start gravitating, people start rotating around that type of atomic vibrations, then that's what they'll start functioning off. Hey man, you know what? You're right. I don't need to just do it for my people. Me, myself, specifically, we're definitely inclusive of all races finding financial independence, finding educational independence outside of this government. That's not what we're talking about. When we say that what we want is independence, you cannot have independence when you share it with someone else. So once we establish independence, and we're in a situation where the Chinese Americans here, they have an option at, especially when they have dual citizenship, to put their money into the yuan or the yen, right? Which is controlling 1/3 of the universe of this planet's monetary assets today. And it's only been about 5 years once they started BRICS, right? And in 5 years, they've already accumulated and monopolized, disrupting the monopoly that the United States dollar had, because that's what's traded at the World Bank. They use the United States dollar. For the first time, that market has been disrupted, and it's disrupted by BRICS. So a Chinese American has an opportunity to say, well, look, we're making, say for us, about 1.7, we're grossing about 1.7. I'm talking about African Americans, blacks, whatever they label themselves in America, indigenous to this country, whatever, right? $1.7 trillion every year, annually. This is what we gross, not profit, but gross. So we're working, we're generating, we're grossing. But because that dollar goes right back out, because we don't own the institutions, we don't own the businesses, it goes to the local Chinese food place, right? And that Chinese American who has the dual citizenship takes that and he goes buys products out of Chinatown, or if they're Koreatown, right? That's products that are the same kind of products they're customarily utilized in China or in Korea. It's a whole different culture. Once that leaves up out of my community, that dollar doesn't come back in, and it generates again and again within their community and their culture, right? What we're trying to do is to change it. First and foremost, it starts with education. Second of all, it starts with utilizing the power of the dollar and the black dollar in the United States, and be having the independence to say, well, the black bank in America, the biggest black-owned bank in America is Broadway Financial. Broadway Financial only has $1 million in assets. I mean, $1 billion in assets. 1 billion.
So boom. You see, so you're in the West Coast, right?
Yeah, no, I'm in the Midwest now, but I'm from the West Coast. Yeah,
you're in the Midwest, but you're from the West Coast, and Midwest is out on time too. Midwest, West, you know what I'm saying, they're on the same time. You see, where I'm from, the data ain't no Chinese, ain't no Africans, Chinese, Cambodian, they all the same, the data. They're all the refugees, the data. You see, when we start dividing everybody, when everybody starts getting divided, that we're gonna make it, that we're making a struggle, the data, because we're getting distracted. We're just helping out people, that we're gonna help the people we like. No, we all the same. We all on the same boat, the data.
That's totally false. First of all, That's why it's separate, and we're not separating and divided it. That's how America was came. That's how America was going. So for the Japanese, right? The Japanese were imprisoned during World War II in the United States. We're the same. The Japanese received reparations to help set straight that debt that the United States owed to for doing those people that way. So we are definitely not held in the same regard. We are definitely not treated, and our history is totally different. Their objectives aren't necessarily our objectives. One thing for sure, the Chinese, they come here with a Japanese. I'm married to a Mexican. Well, we're in Philippines.
If America, look at in America, they got the white people, they got their own trajectory. Martin Luther King wasn't trying to go by their objective, so we're gonna have to take a stand, and fight, make a unity before for the objective that they push.
Yeah, but you can't unify. Do you understand structure? Have you ever been a part of like an organization or a gang or anything to understand structure?
I understand structure. I understand structure, but at the end, I was more brought up on a boss, on a more higher ups. You know what I'm saying? Because my father was more of a higher up person, so I got a boss mentality. I don't got a foot soldier mentality. I'm sorry, I don't got it.
Have you heard of the Black Panthers?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you heard of the Brown Berets?
No, I haven't.
So the Black Panthers were one of the most premier, young, intelligent college students, Huey P. Newton, leading the civil rights movement from a different position of self-defense, standing on their right to bear arms, etc., etc. So hippies, all kind of other people came to the Black Panthers once they seen the strength, the organizational skill, the militancy, and the fact that they were standing for constitutional rights. They wanted to participate with it. Some of them were Brown brothers, the Brown Beret. Others were the American Indian movement, the Native Americans. You know what the Black Panthers said? We want independence for our people. So we don't want to make y'all Black Panthers and come up under our structure. We want you guys to have the same independence that we're seeking, and we can come together and support each other from within our communities where we have a common enemy and it's in our interest. But at the same time, you cannot, because the way structure is, you cannot clean up another man's house. It brings too many variables and makes it too complicated before you first clean your own house. You understand what I'm saying? We can't say we want structure and build up a structure with a whole bunch of other people.
America is a house. You know what I'm saying? America is our house, Dandada, as a whole, Dandada.
Right. We have no problem to say that. But within the house, everybody has their own objective and independence. It's not a house. So say like,
it makes perfect sense.
Shout out to Mexican economics, right? Yeah. This is a real term now, Mexican economics. So a lot of Mexicans was coming to the West Coast when I was in LA when I was younger, right? And they'll get like a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, and it'll be like 6 families living in there, all working families. And they work for a minimum wage, but they were able to get through it. One man might be the paleta man, right? The other one might be the gardener, right? Landscaping, have a landscaping business. So what they do is, even though they're making minimum wage at the end of the month, when they only got $1,500, you got about 12 adults with $1,500, right? Because they did that. What they do was they bring it up under one conglomerate, right? And then each one of these businesses have brought in $24,000 that year, right? So when your company brings in 24,000, his brings in 50, his brings in 40. Now the income under the conglomerate is more, and now you have more economic buying power. They definitely come over here with an agenda that's primarily focused on them and what their intentions is. Some of them back then were sending money back to Mexico because it was hard to survive in Mexico. Making what, like, I think 100 pesos, the equivalent of about $4 a day, bro. You know what I'm saying?
So the government structures us like that. You're saying the government, we already structured like that by the government, the data.
No, that's not the government that structure them like that. This is just practical application by the people. People identify as differently, right? And you're right, it is a divide, but that divide isn't necessarily bad. What that divide does initially is it sets the rank. So if you're in this group, you're in this class, you're saying, I'm dealing with police abuse. This organization might be dealing with the same one, the Latinos. The Asians might also be being targeted and deal with incarceration and targeted by racially discriminated against and targeted by the judicial system. And they might, okay, well, we could get together. But what we are not going to do is allow people who seek to destroy, especially knowing the enemy that you're dealing with. If you heard of the Panthers, then you should understand how the Panthers were infiltrated. One of the guys that was supplying them guns later on, come to find out, was working for the FBI, supplying illegal guns. That was an Asian dude. You understand what I'm saying? So people, loyalties aren't necessarily to you, but they might come like a wolf in sheep clothing. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but he was an Asian dude, but he was an FBI agent. So we can't hold just because he was the Asian dude against all, you know what I'm saying, Asian people.
Great point, bro. Great point. But what I'm saying is, because you have black agents, you could talk about William O'Neill.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the interests aren't necessarily aligned, right? Anytime, and just in my experience, whether it was Tekashi 6ix9ine, right? Anytime someone is pushing themselves into your culture, into your community, as if that's their interest, you need to question them, because nature in itself takes its course, right? I'm going to gravitate when I'm putting in work and was negative on the bullshit. It was real easy for me to gravitate to those who were on the same type of time I was on, because that energy radiates. It's the exact same thing with positivity. But what I'm saying is, specifically in this country, those who seek change, those who seek to civil and human rights for all of those up under the U.S. Constitution have been targeted from within my community. You had the American Indian movement, they were targeted, but it was never a concerted effort the way that they targeted the Panthers, right? When it comes to the Latinos, they've been targeted just as much and helped fill a lot, especially on the West Coast and down south, help fill a lot of those facilities. They're being targeted right now.
Do we necessarily gotta be in a group type form to make it anywhere where we're going to head in does this, like, do we have to group up or people could be independently making it?
Listen, you do have to, bro. And there's nothing wrong with it. So for the Black Panther Party, right? The Black Panther Party formulated because they realized that the Republicans and the Democrats are two heads of the same snake, right? That want to play like they're for us and might even be for us as long as it aligns with their objectives at that time. And then they'll turn and forget and feign ignorance as if it wasn't their fault, when the other side, which would be Democrat or Republican, depending on what time frame you're talking about, is adamantly against everything that we're doing. And they'll, we're with y'all. Y'all should have voted for us. But all they really concerned about is power, right? Political power. Well, when the Black Panthers started, they said, well, we're the party of the people, right? We're standing for the voice of the people and their interests, the right to bear arms, etc. Things that are supposed to be guaranteed based upon the founding fathers and who wrote the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. So they were still targeted, right? and even some Caucasian militant groups, anarchist groups, right, who don't believe that this government has our best interest. So if you go back to I study my history, to any Maroon encampments, whether it be in Mexico with Gaspar Yanga, whether it be the First Seminole and Second Seminole War in Florida, that Maroon encampment, or whether you go all the way down to Brazil and Honduras, where these revolutions and fight for civil and human rights continue to do it, you had natives and indigenous people in encampments with them. They called the Maroon encampments the Seminole Wars down in Florida, right? But they're not going to say that a Horace and a couple of these other people, John Horace and a lot of these other people leading the charge in the war were Maroons. I think he was specific.
But you understand that people make laws to stop like the Democrats going to make laws to stop the Republicans. The Republicans going to make laws to stop the Democrat. So people is making laws to stop the Black Panthers, and the Black Panthers been stopped, you know what I'm saying? So the Milliman March has been stopped, so they already did that. So now they beefing with each other for the land now.
You said who's beefing
not in the
with
fight.
each other?
Huh?
You said who's beefing with each other?
The Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans and Democrats, they beefing now. Now they beefing with each other.
Bro, I don't believe that the Democrats and Republicans is beefing. Bro, what? They're still in control of the land. You going for that? That's what it appears that they're doing. Bro, them dudes right now, with the government shut down, each one of them are still being paid. They don't give a two shits about the people that work for the federal government, that work for TSA, all of these people who have bills due right now, who have children, and they can't go to the grocery store because food and inflation is so high, and they didn't save up. They were working check to check. Like I think it's 88% of the United States is working check to check, to where if they go 2 months without a check, they'll be homeless and starving. That's the majority of this country. They don't give two shits. The Democrats knew and had evidence that not only did Donald Trump try to steal the election that he initially lost, that he lost with Joe Biden, when Joe Biden became in at the polls with the election machines and try to call and try to have make an argument that the election was being stolen from them, to galvanize this radical support that they had with MAGA, right? So the dude that said it, he said, man, if this is successful, they're going to riot in the streets. Trump said, well, that's what the Insurrection Act is for, right? So they knew he contemplated, and this is in federal documents, causing the Insurrection Act if people stood for their rights, because their election, constitutional right, and democracy had just been erased from the face of the United States. So that they're supposed to stand for democracy. They're supposed to stand for the constitutional rights. And even in the Declaration of Independence, the day that the government overreached their powers against the people, you have the right. The citizens have the right to stand against.
So who's trying to kill Donald Trump?
I don't even care who's trying to kill Donald Trump. What I'm saying is, as far as the Democrats and Republicans, the Democrats knew that Donald Trump was already talking about calling martial law, and let me see if I can find it real quick, because we was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you was down there when I had Dr. Gray up here, right? And and Dr. Gray helped me to find out. Hold on, let me get that. I know exactly where it's at now. So, and Dr. Gray was talking about the Insurrection Act, right?
Yeah.
So specifically, let's go right here, and we're gonna go to Donald Trump.
Yo, Sims,
right?
yo, Sims, I gotta handle something for a quick 30 minutes, but if you still on, I'm gonna join back up. You heard?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be gone, but I just want to do this real quick, right? So this is the Democrats knew that Trump was already talking like this previously. Trump threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act against American cities, right? Yes. And knowing that if he calls the Insurrection Act, it would essentially be a coup, right? Taking the power from the people by authorizing the use of force against the people. These taxpayers who are the ones that funded this Insurrection Act, unknowingly, that you're paying taxes. These military, these National Guards are funded by our dollars, and they're going to sick them on American cities. If that right there, if they knew that this was what he was talking about before, which there's evidence that they knew from the get-go since January 6th, and they allowed and turned power over to him and even helped them more 6 months before the election, taking Joe Biden off the ballot and putting on a broad from California who nobody in California liked. When the police was planting dope and guns and they were building all of these prisons in California, we all disliked the attorney general. So now they put her 6 months before, and she's pushing a homosexual agenda. She's saying she's not going to instill reparations. They gave Donald Trump the election. They knew he was going to win. But with that, look, bro, thanks for coming up here. We up out of here, man. Everybody check this out. Share it with a friend. This is the blueprint on how we can start organizing within our communities for every year and helping out that'll build relationships within our community and establish a structure which would foster children that are runaways, the homeless, and those that need our assistance within our community. They say it takes a village, man. Don't ever forget it.